Morning, everyone. It's just after 8:30 on April 2nd. Normal county commissioner meeting here in Clear Creek County. We will start off with public comment. We have a few people here in the audience. Anybody come here to make a public comment? So one at a time, just come up to the little podium here. Let us know who you are, where you live, and tell us what's on your mind.
Good morning. Nice. How are you? My name is Margie Casberry. I live at 185 West Bar Creek Road outside of Empire. And I am here today representing the Friends of Clear Creek, FOCC for short. Friends of Clear Creek is a nonprofit organization established by a group of engaged citizens from the communities of Clear Creek County, Colorado, who respect and protect our water, our air, natural resources, wildlife, and quality of life for all who reside in this county. Friends of Clear Creek has a rich history of success in support of our mission. We fought to defeat a gravel pit that wanted to take over the Douglas Mountain Plateau. We raised over $20,000 in matching funds for the $3.5 million acquisition of the Douglas Mountain Plateau, thereby preserving it and its 123 acres as wildlife habitat. We presently help fund an ADA restroom facility for the Paws Park, which is Partners for Access to the Woods, which is west of Empire. And we are currently working to improve that facility of this unique local landmark. We are entering into public record today 3 specific requests for the Board of County Commissioners regarding the upcoming creation of an OHV management plan for our county. Friends of Clear Creek strongly encourages maintaining and enforcing all existing laws that the county has of OHVs on our county roads. We also ask for inclusion in any ROMP meetings that will be talking about this subject. Number 3, we would like to enter into public record the following decision criteria we ask the county commissioners to employ when making decisions regarding any changes to our existing laws regarding OHVs or the acceptable uses of the county's resources. The weight of consideration in the decision process we think should be as such. First and foremost, the preserving of our environment, which is our greatest resource here in the county. Number 2, protection of our wildlife and their habitat. Number 3, preserving the quality of life for all who live in this county. Number 4, improving the quality of life for those who live in this county by encouraging them into our backcountry with quiet recreation. Number 5, enhancing the local businesses that want to thrive here, primarily focusing on opportunities for quiet recreation, companies that support mountain biking, cross-country skiing, hiking and such. And we also want to improve the responsible use of people that use our backcountry and their resources and those who come in and enjoy our county resources. Friends of Clear Creek understands that funding and resources are our county's biggest challenges with respect to enabling current enforcement of our existing laws. And we have a strong desire to partnership with the county to raise funds to find solutions for these challenges. We look forward to working with both the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners and the ROMP Committee to find solutions that are in the best interests for the people who live in this county. Thank you.
Thanks. Who's next?
Oh, go ahead. Do it out of your letter.
Not speaking.
So go ahead.
All right. I have a copy of this. Does somebody take the copy?
Thank you.
Just if you want it.
Thanks.
Hi, my name's Tony Casberry. The second half of that other one. I wouldn't say the better half by any means. And I'm going to speak on behalf of the Bard Creek Valley Board of Directors. And I'll tell you a little bit about where Bard Creek Valley Association is. We are respectfully submitting this letter on behalf of the Bard Creek Valley Homeowners Association. We would like to add to the public record our thoughts and concerns regarding the development of the off-road highway vehicle OHV guidelines and regulations you plan to create for the county, which is good to do. A little bit about Bard Creek Valley Association. In 1969, a group of 10 families purchased 110 acres located just off County Road 252, and that's south of the town of Empire. Over the past 10 years, we have noticed an increased number of OHVs illegally using the county road to access the national forest beyond our property. With the increased usage, we have experienced additional noise, trash, human waste, water contamination of Bard Creek, and vehicles going off-road damaging our fences and going through the forest damaging trees and vegetation. Additionally, in our opinion, OHV usage involves increased risk to our local community who utilize the county roads for walking with children, their dogs, hiking, and mountain biking. We worry about the increased potential for injury due to the high speeds these OHV users tend to enjoy, and the potential inability of ambulances or other emergency vehicles to provide and to the people who are injured. Given Clear Creek County's accessible location and proximity to the Denver metro area, we believe allowing OHV usage on any county roads, including town streets, will highly be detrimental to the well-being of the local population. Increased noise pollution, road damage, and reducing the wildlife population by negatively affecting their ecosystem. We are fortunate to have elk, moose, bighorn sheep within this county. Before any OHV guidelines would be developed and presented to the people of the county, we ask for environmental impact studies to be conducted that specifically focus on noise, OHV hazards, the impacts levels of the environment, and how they would affect the wildlife of the habitat. We can learn much from the negative OHV experiences that Uray, Silverton, Marble, and Lake City have dealt with when they open their roads and towns to the OHV travel. These are clear examples of the unintended harmful consequences and should be the guided post for opposing OHVs in our county. Any financial benefit from allowing OHV enthusiasts to access our county roads, backcountry, and high mountain vistas is definitely not worth the negative impact OHVs would have on the local community, wildlife, and the quality of life of our local residents. Thank you for listening.
Excellent.
Can I ask a quick question? I know. Just a quick question, sir.
Yes, sir.
The name of your association again?
Bard Creek Valley?
Okay. Is that within the city limits of Empire?
No, it is not.
Oh, thank you.
Good morning, Steve Axtell. I'm Vice Chair of SOLVE, Save Open Lands, Vistas and the Environment. We've been around the county for a long time. And I stand foursquare with the preceding speakers and agree with all of their comments, and there's no need to elaborate on them. I think they're prima facie and obvious. The only thing that I would add would be a restriction on the use of any county funds to expand or add on to existing parking facilities or to create new parking facilities for OHV trailers and so forth. And that is the stand of SOLVE. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else?
Good morning.
Hi there.
Good morning. My name's Joseph Lucas, go by Mojo. I live in Dumont, 635 Mill Creek Road. I'm a co-founder of Friends of Clear Creek, very proud of our organization. I'm here on the concerns and reminder of the environmental effects of your opening this barrier that's already been documented as a buffer, the county roads, and trying to control the uncontrollable tourism for OHVs, for UTVs and that. And our co-founder 5 years ago passed away. Hans Berg was a very influential man in the ecotourism. And just in the Empire alone is an undeveloped area and aspect of promoting ecotourism, just like up in the Alice in St. Mary's. They have a lack of parking, great demand for people to get out and use, I guess, ecotherapy as a refuge. And I just want to remind you guys of what happened to Gwinnett Pass and why we had to close down Gwinnett Pass due to the abuse of people that are uneducated and go 25 yards into the forest, cut down trees and everything and stuff like that. Bard Creek is a victim of that now. And once we eliminate this buffer of non-use of county roads, been documented in the community of Moab, community of Marble, community of Grant. They allowed it thinking it would bring more economic benefits, but this type of people bring their food, their drink, they go to their destination, they spend the day. And if you take North Empire going up North Empire, unfortunately, we live in a super fun site county. So once they agitate the contaminated mine tailings, that goes into our watershed. The concerns are, once we allow this, and if it is allowed to go into the backcountry, we have no control. We have no emergency services, we have no money. And the county is already struggling with what's already developed through the open space. We just don't have the money to have rangers going around and control and try to maintain what God gave us. And that's the beauty of the wilderness and the backcountry. So I would remind you, please, to control the expansion. 250 people that want to take an ATV ride. The permits have already been issued or asked for through the county through a vendor in Empire to have his own tours out of Empire and go up into North Empire and also Bard Creek. Right now, they're literally trailering their vehicles up to the National Forest. So I would appreciate if we would look at this more of a concept of preservation for the environment and also for the people that reside in Clear Creek County. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else?
I do feel like I need to clarify something. Clear Creek County does not have a OHV permitting system. We've not, I don't believe, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, issued any permits. The National Forest may have issued a permit.
Can I just on that, the owner of Self.
Please come up, sir, so we can get you
Yeah,
on.
sure. I've spoken to one of the vendors in Empire. They've applied through the county for access and also through the, I don't know, that's what the owner told me. Maybe that's his plan, finding out what the development is, but we do have a vendor in Lawson that used heavy construction equipment to widen the trails up into BOM land and county land. And it's right below Lawson Adventure Park. And there was no control of what he was doing. Now we have a 2-lane ATV lane going up to Silver City, and nobody's looking at the environmental destruction that could be created at that time. And I think some of these vendors taking on their own initiative without looking at the environment of erosion and doing that alteration.
Okay.
It's something to look at.
Yeah, thanks.
Appreciate it.
Are there any other public comments around this?
For the record, there is no county permitting system for OHVs on county roads or anything like that. We don't permit OHV use in the forest. That's right. It's the, as George started to say, the US Forest Service permits outfitters for that purpose, and CPW sells tags on OHVs, which are legal, but we don't have any, anything to do with that right now. I was unaware of Silver Creek heading up towards
Yeah, and we're having a robust conversation, or at least a readout later on today. I appreciate everybody wanting to come here and go on the record. I think that's totally appropriate. The one thing I would add is in my 7 years here, no one on this side of the table has ever contemplated making OH use more permissive or even talking about using or allowing it on county roads. That conversation has never happened. And at least from my own personal perspective, I can't imagine myself supporting that. And I think, kind of the Mad Max type of environments that you see in Silverton with those things buzzing around before 5 a.m. Isn't something that I would want as a neighbor. And it's not something as a policymaker that I support here in Clear Creek either.
As a neighbor of that activity, another clarification is that they actually are not trailing to the national forest. They're trailing to near the national forest at this time. And then jumping, to be quite honestly, without authorization illegally, but without adequate enforcement to do something about it, to areas short of the national forest, and then using upper areas of what are technically county roads that are near the national forest to get on up there. So that's another issue that we need to deal with when we're having this discussion. It's whether we want that to continue or not. When we go through the OHV master planning, is that we do have that use at this time. I do have information on North Empire from CPW also from a few years ago that they were watching declining wildlife numbers in the area that they were attributing directly to motorized recreation up there, not just OHV use, but all motorized recreation. And, but that increase has been part of it. And I think my own thought is that I believe it's also, there's been a change in the industry and in the usage in the sport of OHVs in about the last 15 years to more of to a different model of vehicle and a different way of using that vehicle than it was about 15 years ago. So it's something else to contend with.
So thanks. We have comments in the room. Are there any other comments in the room? I think we have one online. So person online, the floor is yours.
I'm assuming you mean me. My name's Deanne Powell, and I'm from Georgetown. My personal preference would be if they are completely not allowed in OHVs, are completely not allowed in Clear Creek County. We're literally the gateway to the Rockies. Millions of people come through here from all over the world, and the damage that they inflict just for their few minutes of joy is too ridiculous for us to even allow in our county. Sorry, I feel very strongly about this. The cost to repair the damage they do is far too high for our county. We have a very unique ecosystem that even can't repair itself in any length of time. As we all know, we look at damages from, say, fires and the like, and it'll be 100 years later, and you can see exactly where the fire went through or whatever the particular thing was that caused damage. And I just these off-road vehicles have no benefit to Clear Creek County. We should block them completely. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to just say one thing, which is 80% of our county is federal land, and this board of county commissioner doesn't have any policymaking authority over that 80%. So whether I conceptually agreed with you or not, we don't have the authority to decide what can happen or not happen related to OHVs or anything else on the Forest Service land. All we can do is control the access points that are on county roads, which is, I think, going to be the majority of our conversation that we have over the rest of the year.
We need a policy statement then that covers protecting what we can protect.
I agree with you. Thank you for your comment. Any other public comments online? Okay. Thank you, everyone. We'll close public comments and we will move on to commissioner update. It's the General Assembly's in session, so I'm sure George and Randy have some comments about what's happening now at the Capitol. So I'll start with you, George.
Yeah. Senate Bill 184 is up today. I think we need to. I found out this morning. I think Randy found out yesterday afternoon. It's in committee at 2:00. So my first question is, do we think we'll be out of here by 2 o'clock, or do we
Could be.
need to pause this meeting? Because I am signed up to testify, and if we need to pause the meeting, I'd like to do
I
that.
will be, and, yeah, I don't think we're gonna have a problem with that agenda being done by
I see
2
either.
o'clock.
I think we'll be out
I
of
was
by
thinking more like
12:30
1,
easy.
1:30 is the likelihood looking at it. Tell without times on there to you guys, but
Yeah, exactly. It's up to us is the answer to that one.
Okay. The other thing on my list is, this was in your emails as well. There's a group that is trying to figure out how to open a childcare center over the summer at Georgetown Community School. They've asked to present to us. I imagine they're gonna ask for support. I asked them to get with staff and get some staff can help them understand kind of what our standards are for presentations and help them kind of make sure they're bringing an ask that's, you know, I don't want to say realistic. That's not the word I want to say, but informed of what our
Mhm.
capabilities are. And so, yeah, that should, I think, is it reasonable to expect that that can happen on the 16th?
I think one of the things that I would love for them to know is at least my personal preference for grant matches rather than funded being a primary source of funding. That's sort of what we've done so far when it comes to childcare.
I am just looking through my calendar, but Randy, I think it's best for me to defer to you at this point.
on,
Commissioner update.
oh, yeah, I thought you were asking me to comment on the last thing, which was a childcare thing. I was like, what? Yeah, the Senate Bill 184 thing, what's going on right now is that we have a NEPA consultant contractor working with us who is helping construct language along with other jurisdictions that have similar concerns to ours about the potential pirating of funds currently dedicated in the I-70 corridor. And that can also affect other quarters as well. There's other jurisdictions that have the same concerns. And so we're working on creating language for that bill amendment language that would prevent that from happening with and that's a new bill on transit and rail, primarily a rail bill in Colorado. And that's what that means, that the lobbying that we're doing and the work that we're doing on that, and it's actually consumed probably about, I think, 50 to 60 hours of my time in the last week and a half. It's that one bill is what it feels like. It's been pretty full time. So. And that, I really don't have anything else today.
I have a quick update. I don't know the name of or I can't think of the name of the bill. Met with the governor's office on Thursday with Dylan Roberts, our senator from Senate District 8, and with Chief Richard Cornelius from BOCC, who's the Public Policy Finance Chair for SEMTAC, and also Tim Dienst, who's the CEO of UPass Health Service District, also the chair of SEMTAC, and Sean Caffrey, who's the CEO of Crested Butte Fire. And anyway, we tried to breathe life back into the HUTF increase, and apparently the governor has agreed to 50-cent increase, which is better than nothing, but hugely inadequate. And we're pushing for more, but it looks like that is going to be rolled into the bill that potentially authorizes sales taxes to be levied by Title 32 special districts. So I think that's all very good news. We have the potential to even consider that as a solution for our integrated fire and EMS funding going forward. And I think that's going to be, well, actually, I don't know the timing of that, but essentially there's still conversations with the governor's office about hopefully even increasing that 50 cents to $1, which would add another $2.5 million for rural EMS.
That's great news. I do owe you guys an on House Bill 1300. We took a position of amend. We authorized me to change that position if we got what we wanted. I guess for public information, this is a bill that would require wildfire mitigation upon the sale of a home as it was originally written. What we wanted was for that just to give counties the authority to do this because the policy there are a lot of questions to get the right policy and the bill as drafted wasn't it. So we asked just to give counties authority to do this and they have done that. The bill still needs a little bit of work, but the sponsors are working with us and I moved us to a position of support. So that is House Bill 1300. And I don't think I guess just lastly, the property tax task force. Their report has 11 recommendations that they are making to the legislature on property taxes. And so there's going to be a lot of conversations about property taxes over the next month and a half. And that is why this is another thing we need to talk about. As much as I would love to fill one of your seats and accelerate, I cannot. I cannot make it to accelerate.
Then we just need to, did you let them know? Did
I
you
will, I
let,
will let her know right now.
or just one of us needs to, somebody?
Yeah, I've got something going on. I may or may not be able to go to Accelerate. I'd like to go and I'm gonna wait until I can find out for
And
sure.
I've already bowed out because I'm going to a memorial service.
Yeah.
So. I know we did receive a commitment from them that they would refund the second seat. We haven't talked to them about dropping the whole thing, but we kind of participated a little bit.
One thing I would be open to if I can't go is sending a staff person to represent us. I don't know who that would be, but just an idea.
When is it?
There's 2 seats.
May 1st to 3rd. Leave May 1, return May 3rd from DIA.
Willard Hotel, steps from the White House.
My calendar's open.
Any other updates, fellow commissioners?
You can get your picture taken with the cashier in the cafeteria.
Spent a lot of time in that building already.
County manager update.
You know your way around. That's good.
I do know my way around, yes. Thank you. Good morning. We had a pretty detailed conversation yesterday in our leadership team meeting. The Buin trial, jury selection for the Buin trial begins next week. And there's going to be 3 or 4 waves of anywhere from 40 to 60 folks coming into this building for jury selection. So we've made the decision to lock this door back here and only allow staff through it with their card keys. We'll put up sandwich boards up front here and some back here to let people know that there's not going to be any access at all. Access will have to come through the front of the front door. We're asking staff that has the ability to work remotely to work remotely. There's gonna be a lot of people in this building. It's part of the reason you see in Road and Bridge right now, getting rid of some of our snow piles to create additional room for cars. So we're asking people to move their meetings. We're moving our leadership team meeting to the health clinic on that Monday. So a lot of activity in this building next week.
How many days next week are there going to be potential jurors in the building?
Monday through Wednesday. Staff is sending a letter out with respect to the renaming that's going out today to let folks know the decisions that got made. So just to let you all know, Old S Pass Road is now going to be Pond Valley Road. Little S Pass Road is becoming Blue Sky Road. And S Mountain Trail is becoming Raven Ridge Road. Those are the ones that got the most votes. The S Mountain Trail had 65% and the others were above that in terms of the number of folks, the percentage of folks that are being impacted voted. So we reached out quite a bit and got a lot of the folks there. So that letter's going out today. The street signs have been ordered. They're gonna get installed this month, so.
I think that was a good process. I've heard from the community members that they felt like it was appropriate for them to get to decide, and good work.
Yeah, we got some interesting other suggestions for names, some which we can't repeat, but
I,
You're gonna hear about more about this later in the agenda, but there is just a friendly reminder, there is a public meeting tonight with respect to the DoD master planning work that's going on at the Dumont School. That begins at 6 p.m., but more to come on that from our consultants later. And then we have an executive session on your agenda. It does relate to the ARPA/lodging tax conversation. So I don't know if there's a desire to do that executive session before we go into that ARPA or not. That's a conversation for, I guess, for the three of you to decide if that's needed or not.
it makes sense to me.
That's today.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
That's it.
Megan?
All right, just a few. If you have not already signed up for lookout alerts, please sign up. I know I said this last time, but it's really important. You can do that by heading to lookoutalert.co and you can sign up there. That's how you can get emergency alerts going on in the county from Jeffcom. And then, sorry to all my newsletter people. I have not gotten it out yet. It will be coming out soon and we're going to do a spring newsletter because I have too much going on. So we'll do a spring newsletter these few months. And then mark your calendars on April 24th. There will be a blood drive in this room. And this will actually be for EMS. More to come on this, but EMS is soon going to be able to carry whole blood on their ambulances. And so if you donate blood in here on the 24th, there's a chance that your blood might make it on one of our ambulances and help save somebody's life in Clear Creek County. So more to come on that, but mark your calendars and look at our social media and our website because you can learn more and hopefully attend. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to be sitting as the local liquor license authority and taking on the agenda item, consideration approval of special event permit, liquor permit for Easter Seals, Colorado, Rocky Mountain Village. Annette.
Good morning. Quick hearing. They are applying, Easter Seals is applying for their perfect pairing event for a liquor license to serve alcohol to their attendees. The application is in order. I did receive a verbal approval from the fire marshal this morning. That was not in your packet when you reviewed that. Everything looks good. We would ask that it be approved.
And I'm about to be term limited and I still don't know whether I need public comment on something like this.
For public comment on that?
We should ask if there's public comment. We could have set this for administrative, but I did not do that with Beth, so we have to do those.
But there's nobody appearing for the applicant.
No.
So just ask if.
Okay, if anybody is here to make a public comment on this application, now is your chance.
No.
Seeing none, public comment related to this liquor licensing authority request is closed. Just require administrative approval.
Yep.
And you recommend approval?
We recommend approval. Do we need to do a full motion and hearing approval because it was not listed as administrative on the agenda?
No, it's fine.
Okay, consider
Excellent.
it done.
Thank you.
All right, well, now sitting again as the Board of County Commissioners, take up the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to discuss any of these individually? Or need to pull any of them?
No.
All right, so I'll read the consent agenda. Number one, consideration approval of warrant register. Number two, consideration approval of resolution 2431. Resolution authorizing Clear Creek County to apply for a treasurer's deed for a county held certificate of purchase. Number 2003-0025 and authorizing the transfer of the property that is subject of certificate of purchase 2003-0025 and authorizing the transfer of other county held property interests related thereto and granting signature authority to accomplish the transfer of these properties. Number three, consideration approval of March 18th, 2024 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes. Number four, consideration of approval of March 25th, 2024 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes.
I move we approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Numbers 3 and 4, does this mean we're caught up on our meeting minutes?
No, but we're working on it.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. So is now when we want to go into executive
Yes.
session? Okay, so I move the board moves into executive session to discuss the following matters.
Pursuant to CRS 246424B and E for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to the county participation in a workforce housing development and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to that participation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
A motion passes. The board will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. How long do you think it will be?
5-10 minutes.
Okay, we'll be back shortly. All right, we are back from our executive session. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made. And I'm going to change the order of the agenda around a little bit since we have our partners from CPW here. We're going to move to the regular session and have the work session with CPW regarding the reintroduction and wolf management program. So gentlemen, why don't you come join us and get you about on your day, about your business.
Well, you sit next to Megan.
Couldn't get any
She said she
cheetahs.
bites, right? I'm gonna go over here.
Is that what happened? You guys actually couldn't get any cheetahs, so we're doing.
Hey, be careful what's next.
Yeah, don't say it out loud.
Greens, I heard.
Well, good morning, commissioners. Good morning, staff. Thank you for letting us speak this morning. We try to zoom through a lot of this just so I know everyone's busy. Just a couple, maybe a little bit of history first. I'm Mark Lamb. I'm the area wildlife manager for the record and
Bill Walter, I'm the district wildlife manager for Idaho Springs District.
so thanks for reminding me. So
Not for me, but.
yes, for people in Zoom land, yes, yes. So just a little bit of history. Back in 92, we had our first ballot initiative of getting rid of the spring bear hunt and use of dogs. And so that was the first one. Next one was in 1994. We had the initiative to remove the use of body catching devices, AKA traps, unless there was an agricultural problem. And then now we can do a 30-day permit. The next was Proposition 114, which is the introduction of wolves. And as you all know, it was the closest ballot initiative ever. And where it handcuffed us is then we were responsible for reintroducing wolves by December of 2023. So the Parks and Wildlife created two groups, a technical working group, which was comprised of experts who had experience with wolves. And then it had the stakeholder advisory group. That was called a TWIG, and the stakeholder advisory group was the SAG. And that was made up of stakeholders who had concerns or had wanted to be involved with the wolf reintroduction. So those two groups worked for a little over a year to try to come up with some information that then our outfit used to create the wolf plan. So wolf plan was created, and we were trying to get wolves from the northern states, and Wyoming, Montana, and I believe Idaho all said no. And so Oregon said yes. So we were able to go to Oregon in December, and over a period of a couple of weeks, we were able to capture 10 wolves, which were brought back and released in Grand and a couple in Summit County. To try to talk about those wolves, one of the concerns that initially came up was chronic depredation. And the advice was don't get wolves from packs that are chronically depredating, killing livestock. So when the group was out there trying to get wolves, they actually passed up some pretty easy captures because they were from packs Oregon identified as chronic depredators. So we went to packs, not when I say we, not us, we weren't there, we didn't get invited. They were from packs that hadn't had depredation in a long time. And the big one that people complained about was the 5 Points pack, which had some depredation. The state of Oregon went in and removed 2 or 3 of those wolves. And once they removed those wolves, there were no further livestock depredation. So that's why we took wolves from that pack. So kind of wanted to dispel that concern that was out in the public.
Wolves were in that pack, roughly, just curious.
At the 5 Points, Commissioner, I'm not sure. I don't know. I'll find out for you though, okay? So yeah, thank you. So anyway, fast forward, wolves were released. Right now, all of the wolves are pretty much staying pretty close to release sites. I think Joe included a map for everybody. What I did here was I stapled, so we put out a map. And the thing about these maps that's kind of deceiving, oh, thank you. The thing that's deceiving about these maps is you look at it and you go, wow, first thing that jumps at you is if you look at I-70, wow, there's wolf activity below I-70. No wolf has crossed I-70. And so what happens is this is a hydrologic unit map. And so if one of the collared wolves steps foot in a drainage, that whole drainage will light up. So that's why you'll see some of the movements look a lot greater than they really
The
are.
news reported that a little differently, didn't they? Didn't they? I thought I read that they indicated that there had been action north, and I'm not saying they got
No.
it right at all. I'm not. I thought I'd read that there had been some activity over in Eagle County that went south of I-70, but
As far as what I've heard, Commissioner, nothing has gone south of
okay, they
I-70.
got it wrong.
So what I will do is and so anyway, all three maps are here, so you can kind of see the progression over the months. The collars on the elk, I got elk on the brain, collars on the wolves. So the wolves all have GPS collars on them. The collars will actually, it's called ping every 4 hours. And it goes up to the satellite and it then is stored in the satellite for 16 hours. And after 16 hours, the satellite will then download those 4 positions to the biologist who's in charge of this project. So we never really know where those wolves are in real time. So if you ask me, where is wolf 1, 2, 3 right now? We couldn't tell you where it is. We could tell you where it was however many hours ago. So that's the one thing. One of the other complaints about the wolves is that why aren't you telling people about where they're at? And it's twofold. And the reason we're not telling people where it's at is because we have people that are not happy with wolves and they are threatening to get rid of the wolves for us. And then we have people that are so wanting to help the wolves that it's the complete opposite, that the pressure they would put on them would cause problems. And really the biggest issue is because the wolves spend a lot of time on private property, and it's to protect landowners' private property rights for those people, so they don't have people tromping all over their properties. So that's one of the reasons we're not releasing that actual data out, other than this monthly map that comes out. Right now, we're anticipating the wolves will be pairing up, and we'll see if we get any breeding out of it. The one kind of highlight, I guess, or low life right now is that one of the wolves' collars is no longer functioning. So it stopped working a couple of days or a week or so ago. The thing that is okay about that is the wolf that it paired with, its collar is functioning. So we still know those 2 wolves are together. And we have a second collar that seems to be on the fritz. And GPS collars, radio collars are always kind of it's a hit and miss thing. Sometimes they work great, sometimes they don't work great. And this is one of those times where you just want to kind of go, oh, you got to be kidding me. But
So just a quick question. How do you, do you know by just like a behavioral probability that when you say, but the good thing is we know they're still together. If you only see one collar, how do you know they're still together for sure?
the last, not 100%.
Okay.
The last behaviors together for quite a while. So the assumption was they paired up.
Okay.
And so the thought process is the fact that they were paired up, and this is the time of year they pair up, that they'd be staying together. We don't know 100% for sure.
Yeah, just curious, not questioning.
No, that's what we're here for. Ask questions. And if we can't answer them, we'll get you answers from what we can. So let's see what else. As of, we'll say yesterday, there have been no, knock on wood, no livestock depredations, which is kind of the thing that, needless to say, we're all worried about. So it seems like the wolves are dining on wildlife, which is what we were hoping. We are all, if there is a call about a possible wolf depredation on livestock, that is our top priority. We drop everything and off we go investigate. So that's, we all know that's kind of a biggie for us. See if I'm forgetting
Or
it.
down that list are county commissioners if they eat county commissioners.
Oh, we might be delayed on that, you know.
Couple dates, is that?
One of the other topics of conversation has been the definition of chronic depredation. So one of the concerns in the livestock community, there was the gentleman, the rancher up in Walden, Don Gittleson, who, when the wolves from Wyoming had moved in, so they were not the wolves that we had brought in from Oregon. The 2 wolves from Wyoming had come down, and they had a litter 2 years ago, that then they all went back up, the litter went up to Wyoming. But the 2 adults are still around Walden. Well, he experienced 3 animals, I believe it was, that got taken by wolves. And when that happened, they were still considered an endangered species. And so there was actually nothing that he could do for protecting his animals at the time. What became really important for us was when we were trying to get these wolves was to try to get what's called a 10J exemption to the Endangered Species Act. And that 10J exemption allows us to have more the ability to manage wolves with either hazing, because then even if he saw a wolf in the middle of his herd, he couldn't do anything. He couldn't go out and try to move it. He couldn't scare it. He couldn't do anything because of the Endangered Species Act. The 10J exemption would allow that. And it would also allow the lethal take of a wolf if it was attacking livestock. We did get the 10J exemption, which is a really good thing. And most of the depredation, not most, all of the depredations that have occurred on livestock have been in North Park from the 2 wolves from Wyoming at this point. So the chronic depredation definition was purposefully not written down in stone because the idea from both the twig and the SAG was to give the field the flexibility to be able to work with landowners with what's happening then and now. And the concern was that if we came with a strict definition and it said A, B, and C, that maybe A and B were taken care of, but not C, you couldn't do anything. So that was the whole idea, have some flexibility to the staff, for the folks on the ground working with the producers. There's a big push to come up with a definition. And right now that's being discussed. So, and it's being discussed different levels than us. So anyway, that's the other kind of big topic right now is the definition of chronic depredation. And other than that, we're every day we're trying to see what's going on with them. So that's what I forget.
I think you covered all of it.
More questions?
Yeah, can you talk to me a bit about? So you probably know, you probably looked at the ballot measure. Clear Creek is one of the counties that voted no on this one. What should we expect? Obviously, at some point they will cross the divide, right? Can you speak to? Do you know when they're scheduled to cross the divide?
They haven't sent us the memo yet, Commissioner. So no, and we look at that map just as you're looking at it. And Joe and I were, as we were looking at it this morning, we were looking at that group right by the east side of it of 40, and if you look, that little piece that comes over by Highway 6, pretty close to Clear Creek. So, and once again, just because it lights up doesn't necessarily mean that it's here. So, but the question is, if a wolf comes into our area, so Clear Creek, Gilpin Park, Jeffco, those are the areas that we kind of all work, we will be notified. And then it's our job to notify producers and folks on what's going on. Needless to say, we can't notify the entire public, but we'll notify officials that, hey, we have a wolf working that has come into the area. So.
And I bet you're thinking really hard about public education, because like I grew up here and that means that I was raised knowing what to do if I see a mountain lion. But I can't recall what to do when you come across a pack of wolves.
Same thing.
Same, yeah, I was gonna say
Same,
same.
pretty much same thing. And so to answer your question, yes. So I've been going with the local wildlife officer, wildlife manager. We've been going to all the county commissioners. Their boss has told them, you got to do wolf programs. So the guys are scheduling to do public education wolf programs or HOAs to let people know. Because the thing that's really hurting us right now is the wonderful social media. The rumor mill is horrendous. And then once it starts there, it just is like a cancer, it just spreads and it's misinformation.
I saw yesterday that 96 Alaskan wolves have been released in Boulder near the strongest support for the wolf return.
Good thing it was April 1st.
Scream at high pitch.
I thought it was down by the cap.
And the way the ballot initiative was written, that we cannot release wolves on the east side of the divide. So all wolves have to be released on that side of the Continental Divide. So the wishes of everybody to put them in Boulder and Denver, unfortunately, isn't going to happen. So not the way that was written. So that's the biggie with the wolves. But I'll find out about the 5 points pack, the numbers.
I was looking, I couldn't find it.
Okay, yeah, I know I have it somewhere. I'll find that out. And then I think Commissioner Wheelock had a question.
Nothing that would have been serious.
Okay.
Okay. Just one last thing. Do you guys have a method an approach to monitoring ecological impacts? It's I think we assume that there will be ecological benefits from this.
Local, so statewide, what we did was we picked 3 elk herds and we put some collars on the cows and we put collars on calves. And the calf collars will fall off every year because as the calf is growing, you don't want to put a collar on and choke them to death. So those collars fall off. And so what we've been doing with that for the last couple of years is we're looking at calf recruitment into the herd. So from birth into the herd to see how that elk herd is. And our thought process on doing that, there was one in Middle Park, one in South Park, and one up in the Northwest. And I can't think where the one in the Northwest is, but is to look at the elk numbers, look at the calf recruitment, because that's how we manage the herds. And when wolves show up, we'll have a baseline data to be able to then go, hey, you know, we went from a 90% calf recruitment to a 20% calf recruitment. We can maybe then start extrapolating what impacts wolves might have statewide. So that's about the best we have going right now, is trying to hit some of those herds that haven't seen wolves yet to try to see how that impact is. But there's so many other impacts right now to wildlife between habitat fragmentation, recreation. I mean, there's all kinds of other issues that we have to really try to get those out, try to figure out how to get those out of what we're trying to learn.
I think everybody's seen those videos about kind of the shift of the balance of power in Yellowstone from, I mean, is that true? I mean,
I don't know enough about Yellowstone. There was a recent article that came out from CSU that actually talked about, was kind of dispelling some of the benefits of wolves on Yellowstone ecosystem. And it was done by 2 of the pretty renowned, one was a big game biologist that had actually worked for us and retired and now is at CSU, and a wetland scientist who's very well renowned. That, so, you know, Commissioner, it's one of those, this side says this side says this, and you got to try to figure out where's the middle. So, so anyway,
It looks like so far the wolves are listening to the voters and honoring the Continental Divide pretty close.
well, that's good. That's good. They got the memo. That was put in their cages before they were released. Don't cross this line. So, well, you had the wolf 94.
Yeah, I believe so.
You had the wolf hit on I-70 here in 94. You
Yeah.
know that, so they can travel. So we know they're gonna move. They're not gonna eventually. The other catch too is that as these wolves reproduce, the young of the year will not have collars. So, you know, eventually we'll have wolves that don't have collars. So that's the other thing. Then we're gonna depend on sightings from hopefully livestock producers. Our wolf, we have a wolf reporting form, and needless to say, since the wolves have been released, the number of reports have gone up dramatically. So there was the story I heard the day after the wolves were released up by Kremling, the first group. There was a van driver coming back into Breckenridge and he had an animal run in front of him and he told a van full of people that, oh, that was one of the wolves. And it was not one of the wolves, but then that's the kind of stuff that just kills you. So, anything else on wolves?
any other updates?
One other update. I don't know if we do have, one change that we're making, I shouldn't say we're attempting to do is, with mountain lion management. And mountain lions, right now, I'll give you the Reader's Digest version. We manage them with groups, what we call game management units. And for a couple of years now, we've been talking about maybe managing lions on a bigger scale. West Slope, 2 years ago, did the same exact thing where they went from these groupings of game management units to a whole West Slope lion plan. And so we're in process of looking at an East Slope lion plan, which would run from the Wyoming border down to New Mexico. Then it will actually leaves out a big chunk of the northeast part of the state because it's not mountain lion habitat, but then down around the southern part of Colorado. And so we're in process of trying to come up with a lion plan, an East Slope lion plan. We had 6 public meetings, 2 online meetings. The plan is being written as we speak. And hopefully that will help us better manage lions. This is a fact sheet that we have out now on our cat management. And so that's probably the other big thing that's on the radar right now. And we're hoping that that management plan will be at the commission, our commission, probably early summer for a draft look and public comment. And so that's kind of a big thing on the radar. And then the last thing that I can think of that might be of interest is there was some legislation reintroduced wolverines into Colorado. And wolverines are a critter that lives up in the alpine pretty much, or the spruce fir. And so that is started. Once again, that's another endangered species. The advantage of the wolverine plan is that unlike the wolf plan, we'll try to have, if it moves forward, we'll try to have that 10J exemption already in place before the plan, any kind of plan is written. So it's in its early stages, but that is another thing on the horizon that you could see here up in the alpine here with what.
Just one thing real quick on aquatics stuff.
Yeah.
We're looking at possibility of some more greenback restoration projects. We've done square top lakes. We just put fish in last summer and it's gonna get stocked again this summer. So that one has been killed for almost 10 years now to get rid of the worming disease. So those fish are back in there now. Don't grab your fishing poles. They were like 2 inches when we put them in. So I'll give it a couple years.
Whoever sees Tim Mock, let him know,
Right.
please.
Tim heard you, don't worry.
Some waters down on the south end of the county, towards, Evergreen, Indian Creek, Truesdale Creek, some of those places. And then we're looking at possibility of trying to find a solid body of water, like another lake for brood fish. That way we could take spawn in the wild, put those fish in the hatchery, raise them, and then stock them out elsewhere. So we're looking kind of that fall river drainage at some of those lakes up there. So just put that on your radar. That might be coming down the line.
So some good stuff here.
Yeah.
Oh, and last thing, I kind of sparked my memory when you asked about education. This is one of our resources that's out there, as well as probably seen our living in bear country, living in lion country, we're now living in wolf country. And I think that was in your packet
Yeah.
that Joe had sent. So that's kind of some of our educational stuff going out. Hopefully people read it. You know, usually they look at it and then it.
And if you guys get any questions, just direct them to us or our website. Has plenty, all that information's on our website.
And if,
I have a question where it kind of relates to George's question earlier, which was the one I was going to ask, which is why I didn't need to ask a question, which when he asked when they were scheduled to cross the divide, what's their calendar? And I note that they have been observed in drainages right up to the divide, right up to the county line. But they haven't crossed, which means they've been seen somewhere in that drainage. And I know you don't have specific information published to the public so that people don't know exactly where the wolves are and all that for the reasons you stated. But do you have knowledge? I mean, do you have visibility into where those wolves have been seen to have an idea about how close they've come to crossing the divide? And
I have
I know
no
it's,
idea.
for one thing, they were released in December and it's just now April 2nd. So there's a strong, obviously summertime is going to be one of the more likely to do that.
So I do know when one of the release sites along Highway 9 there, at Blue River State Wildlife Area, if you draw a straight line to the top of Jones Pass, it was about 15 miles as the crow flies.
Yeah.
To the county line. So we haven't heard anything of where.
So it's possible we could see a map that shows something in Clear Creek this next year when summer hits.
Correct. And I would imagine, as things green up and the snow melts, those elk racehorse is gonna go up high.
Yep.
So they're gonna follow the elk type of thing. So we shall see, I guess.
as I like to say, it's kind of like being a county commissioner. If we do this, we get yelled at over here. Do that, we get yelled at over there. This is a total experiment. We're learning as we're going too. So, because wolves weren't really in our agenda. I know when I went to school a million years ago, wolves weren't even thought about. So now trying to learn about a species on the fly has been pretty interesting.
It's funny looking through this. I was having a discussion with relatives on Sunday and they asked me about a bobcat in Oklahoma where my brother and I were growing up, and our story is that we killed the only bobcat in Oklahoma, and it's in terms of reintroduction of species, back then because of the there were we saw no deer. I don't remember anybody ever talking about hunting deer or seeing deer. I mean, coyote was about as far as it got, and a bobcat was unique and foreign to us when they finally started showing up. And now you go back there and there's just deer everywhere through the woods in those areas. So it changes. Obviously, the work you do in game management changes how and where things live, a lot. Only a couple of decades, it a big difference.
I mean, if you look at the track record of this agency from the Division of Wildlife to now, I mean, you look at some of the true success stories. There's over 300 active bald eagle nests now. You look at peregrine falcon reintroduction, river otter reintroduction. Look at the elk herd in Colorado is the premier elk herd. I mean, the wildlife management has been pretty good as we juggle through all the changes in Colorado. Trying to, when we went from up now to 6.5 million people, trying to figure out how do we still manage wild for wildlife. And it's been challenging. I think our outfit's done a pretty good job with it. So it's interesting times now.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, real serious game management didn't really kick in until, I want to say it feels like in the 60s, 70s when it got serious. And down there, what I saw was this dearth of anything that was anything close to big game and larger predators like that. And now my high school classmates post stuff about mountain lion sighting on their place in Oklahoma, and I'm like, what? We never even heard of anything like that back then.
A kid my son went to college with, and he's been out of college 8 years now. He is now a lion biologist in Nebraska. Go mountain lions in Nebraska. And it's incredible how critters can kind of adapt and then try to find new places. And he made a comment about how this one lion took out like 6 sheep in a week because they have a big orange sheep herd in Nebraska too, and took out a bunch of sheep at one time. So it's one of those, they're trying to manage things can be pretty difficult at times.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, staff.
For paying us a visit. You're always welcome.
And thanks for adjusting the agenda.
Yeah.
No, I had to go to a lion meeting, so.
All right, so we're gonna
Thanks,
go
guys.
back
Thank you.
Thank you.
to discussion and potential action to identify specific uses for American Rescue Plan Act funding and lodging tax revenue. Right, to you.
Thank you. Yes, so this was an item that Commissioner Marlin requested. So just to remind us all, we have spent or obligated almost 1.4 million in ARPA funding. We've committed another 474,000, meaning it's not under contract yet, which leaves us a balance of $293,500 in ARPA money. The ARPA attachment that we provided to you does include the 175,000 that you earmarked for the shooting range for grant matches during the retreat. It also includes the childcare of $250,000 and the community foundation of $50,000, which is how we got to that $293,000 remaining balance in ARPA. The agenda memo also provides you with where we stand with respect to our lodging tax revenues as it relates to its use for housing and childcare. There's 285,000 sitting there from 2023 year-end fund balance. And then we've provided you our projections for the additional revenue that could be used for housing and childcare from 24 through 27. So with that, I will stop and turn it over to George, who asked for the item, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, thank you. And I don't think we need to have a long conversation here. My intent is just to really be able to respond to the request made of us for childcare. There's requests of lodging tax and ARPA. I'm not sure, Peter, this amounts to direction, correct? Okay.
Yes, it does. You don't need an action.
So I don't think there's a whole lot of discussion to be had. I just am wanting to I don't have any additional asks right now for the $293,000. I just want to be sure with respect to ARPA that what's in your packet is the direction to staff. So that we can communicate that with our partners.
I agree with that. They're gonna do.
Yep. And then on lodging tax, the ask
Yeah.
was $60,000 in 2024 to help them continue to plan the construction of the childcare center in Idaho Springs. There was also an ask, which would be an ongoing ask of $90,000 per year for us to subsidize the operations. It's very clear in 2024, there's the money to support this effort. I would love for us to say, yes, we can commit to $60,000 from this fund this year.
Right.
Any different thoughts?
I agree with that. And I would also just comment again about what a professional presentation I thought that group with Mitch Houston presented and the clear ask of us. And we're
Right.
talking about making this a commitment for this year. What happens in the future, we can, or whatever future board can cross that bridge when they come to it.
Yeah. And George, I know that these are available in the packet, but just for our public, could you just state very clearly those numbers again? So it's easily heard, like it's.
Yes, what we were just discussing was $60,000 from the lodging tax fund to help the planning efforts of the childcare center.
Right.
The ask for $90,000. I'm a little bit less prepared, so I'm gonna have to do some.
Yeah, fine.
Oh, the ask for next year is $90,000, not to subsidize the operation, but to help with construction of lodging tax. And I'm amenable to that too. The voters said, please use this money to support housing and childcare, and we've got some opportunities to do so.
Yep.
So if you guys are okay with it, I would also make that commitment for next year's $90,000 for next year as part of the capital mix. And I would call that a meaningfully significant contribution.
And
Just
that's 25 money,
out of
24 money.
25 money.
The 90,000 is 25 money.
We're not gonna be, that ask, as I understand it, is not for them to receive that money this year. It's next year.
It's not what?
For them to receive that money this year. It's next. So does that, are we on the same page about that we're willing to accept both of those asks? And that I think on that third piece, the $90,000, what kind of long-term commitment can we make? I think that's a different conversation that we can't settle today.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think, and just to be clear, so people know when we make a long-term commitment like that, unless you've signed a contract with somebody that future boards are bound to because of a county contract with someone, that, that's what we've done is signaled our intent. And what we would hope as a board would continue in the future, and future boards are all, have freedom to change policy, but we hope to set good policy that's sustainable and reasonable for future boards to stick with. So
I think also kind of unsaid that I'm going to say is we're assuming staff is going to vet the project to some degree, make sure they have the funding. I mean, it's not just an unconditional gift of $90,000. I mean, they're going to need to have their plan together to be able to spend it effectively.
Yeah, a construction commitment sounds like, if you don't build anything, we're not gonna give you any money.
Exactly.
yeah,
Makes sense to me.
right. Or something burns a hole in the bottom of the bank account, then.
Meaning it's a reimbursement.
No, I'm not trying to dictate that.
Like use your judgment.
Just that we don't wanna send that money and then not see anything happen. A question that we can maybe just kind of think about for a future work session. Does this board want to establish a policy on whether to subsidize this center? Or do we could leave it to a future board? We just not have that conversation.
I'd like to have it and signal an intent that I think informs the future. I mean, what they're really having is what we have learned from our years of working on this and understanding of the difficulty of accomplishing these goals. And I know, and I hope you guys feel the same way. I know as a county commissioner coming in, I learned a whole lot after I got here. And we would hope to be able to contribute to their knowledge moving forward, at least what our intent was and signal through these policies. And I think to establish a policy is completely appropriate for that purpose. And then they'll know it's their prerogative whether or not to continue that policy.
Okay, so does it make sense for next steps then for us to ask the schools foundation to expand a little bit on that portion, what kind of operational subsidy do you need? How's this fitting into your revenue model? How long do you think you need that commitment to last?
Flesh out the details to help with that education. Is that what you're?
Yeah, I'm gonna reach out to Mitch with respect to the 250, because we'll probably bring that back for action. It's above my ability to spend. And so when I have that conversation, I can ask him about the 90 and
Okay.
what that looks like.
Okay, awesome. Then I think, just to summarize, on ARPA, we're committing to, I'm just gonna say all of this so that if you're listening, the new ARPA commitments are $175,000 to get our shooting range.
Closer.
$149,161 for jail repairs. $25,000 for a GOCO grant match to survey critical biological resources. $250,000 to help the capital costs with the childcare center. $50,000 to seed a community foundation. That's ARPA. Lodging tax, we're committing to $60,000 this year for planning the Building 103 childcare effort, $90,000 next year for capital costs for the childcare center. And the last thing is that we are asking for more information about the $90,000 per year subsidy for the operations of that center.
One comment on that, and that's the jail money. You would ask for an understanding of how that's gonna be spent before it actually gets spent. So I'm not so sure
Right, that's why it's
you've committed it, but
not obligated.
it's not obligated because we haven't gotten that plan back from the sheriff's office yet.
And my comment on all of this is, if someone happens to be watching this and thinks about, wow, the BOCC is spraying a large amount of money here casually on a April 2nd morning. This conversation has been going on since COVID was raging. And I think this is the result of a very thoughtful process that involved the leadership team at the county, stakeholders around the county, and it's been a long time coming. So I'm happy that we're kind of bringing this to a conclusion, and I can bring the whole chapter of the pandemic to a conclusion too.
Yeah, and it's money that was given to us to deal with impacts in our community. And it's money that has to be spent by a certain date. And I'll call it a windfall from COVID, but I don't want to characterize COVID as a windfall in itself. So there's a reason that.
But I think we spent it like it was our own money, which is good.
I mean, just looking at this list, there are a bunch of things that we just would not have been able to get done without this funding. I think I agree with you. And the lodging tax, like the opportunity to have a fund that the voters are asking us to invest in housing and childcare is it's really nice. Conversations about housing are really hard when you're talking about the general fund because it's underwater.
Do you guys have what you need?
Yes.
Okay, the next two agenda items look related. I think it makes sense to have more of a holistic perspective on both of them, and then we can build on them independently.
Yeah.
So the next two are action items: consideration approval of the addition of 1.0 FTE deputy county manager, and consideration of approval of the 2024 Clear Creek County organization chart.
Yeah, we ordered them in this way, given the first one impacts approval of the second one. So we discussed this issue of a deputy county manager at length, both in our one-on-ones, discussed it in our retreat settings. I have 11 direct reports that all report to me directly, that I meet with most of them on a weekly basis. And this is really to get me some assistance in how we provide leadership and management internally in the organization. So it would be shifting some oversight of some of my direct reports to a deputy position. As you'll see in the org chart, that's the next item on your agenda. It's shown providing leadership and management to our strategic and community planning department, division, public works and environmental health, public and environmental health. That's my intent. In the end, that will be driven by that ultimate person we hire and the skill set that they're going to bring to the table. But that's what I'm looking for. And I also want to note, this is not something that we would be bringing forward had we not made so much progress in our budget problems in the fiscal area of the organization and the savings that we've identified and realized. And, you know, bringing that 23 budget in to, I think it was between $300,000 and $400,000 as opposed to the 2.9 we were projecting, right? So that was a lot of hard work by our staff in finding savings in our in how we do our business, how we do our work, et cetera. So we did do a salary survey, a compensation study of the position using the same comparator jurisdictions that we used in 22. Just as a reminder, we are going to be updating that and bringing you a work session here shortly to do our next compensation study, but we did use the previous one. It came in at a range of 152,000 to 235. So that is the fiscal impact of approving this position. So with that.
That's fully loaded costs and benefits and everything.
That does not include benefits. That's just the salary range. So with that, I will stop and take any questions you might have.
Well, I think the first thing that pops out to me is, we haven't jumped forward, it's an integrated discussion.
Sure.
So we've.
So you want me to, I will cover that.
Yeah, I think one thing I would say right off the bat is I appreciate the very logical way, and I know it's just graphics in the end, but I appreciate the very but it's more than graphics, because when I look at how you've bundled the responsibilities of the deputy county manager, they take three different divisions which are connected at the hip in their operations on throughout a week, on a weekly basis. Strategic community planning, especially with all the building, planning and zoning and building, which makes sense to have there, and to be grouped with public works and public environmental health is important, because county engineering and site development relate directly to planning, zoning, and building departments and approvals there, as well as environmental health and the public environmental side. And so I think that having those all grouped together under the same manager is very important. So there's somebody overseeing all these pieces that work together on a regular basis. So.
And thank you for that. Let me cover the org chart as well. So we're bringing this forward in part because it reflects some of the ways we're doing business today, current operations, in addition to some new changes that we're suggesting to you as well. So those changes include the transit department moving from my office, from the county manager's office to our public works team. It includes moving Charlie's place from the sheriff's office to our strategic and community planning division. It includes showing that the human resources office and the information technology report directly to the county manager. Now, that human resources change happened soon after I got here. We had a vacancy in the finance department at the time. So, and information technology changed when we hired our new director. So, and then finally, the other change is reflecting the Juvenile Community Review Board as a board appointed board. That's always been the case, but it's never been on your actual org chart. So we just added that. So.
Sorry, I jumped ahead of you there.
No, not at all.
That's
Thank
one
you.
thing I really like about that. I saw you brought it up.
Thank you for the reminder of covering them both. Yeah.
Just wanted to point that, because I really like the logical way that the responsibilities are grouped and the management thereof.
I'll offer some comments. I'm in support of this. First, I want to talk about Charlie's Place. The decision to move the management of Charlie's Place into this side of the house, I think, is the right one. I don't want to speak for the sheriff. My understanding is that the sheriff is in support of this. Some time ago, this board said that we want to support the sheriff's office in focusing on patrol and confinement. I think our sheriff right now completely agrees that that should be the core of his mission. So I look forward to, this is an opportunity for us to start to look at and solve some of the problems in Charlie's Place. We've heard a lot from the public about dissatisfaction with the adoption program. We know that policy decisions were made last year by the former sheriff that I want to encourage us to take a look at and reconsider. And this is an opportunity for us to understand that budget better and think about how to get that budget into a place where that facility is utilized the way that I think our community wants to see it be utilized. So I'm really excited for that change and just think it's worth highlighting because we hear so much about Charlie's Place. While I'm talking about it, I just can't, we can't miss an opportunity to point out that the budget was not reduced to Charlie's Place. So it was a policy change. I want to speak to the deputy county manager position, why I think this makes a lot of sense. I think what I've learned in my time in office is that we need to invest in brain power. When we have brain power, we're able to solve problems, right? And this team that we have today has shown that it's able to solve problems very well. The problem is, the problem we're solving by doing this is that there are too many problems to solve for this team to tackle, right? Every time we have a great success somewhere, we realize while we were paying attention to that, something else happened over here. We just need more smart people on this team to be able to confront all of the challenges we face. And so, that's my take. I completely support the addition of that position. And I think it's the next step in going from the organization that we had to the organization that we want. I don't think I do have actually a process comment. Brian, I think that it is, your staff has seen this, has had the opportunity to weigh in on this. This is a consensus recommendation. This is not the first time they're seeing it. Is that correct?
No, it's not.
Okay, I want to highlight that because there was a reorganization that was done in 2019 that I believe the first time staff knew it was happening was when it happened in a public meeting. And that's exactly what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the organization we were versus the organization we want to be. So thank you for leading an open, healthy conversation. I know when you're talking about changing org charts, that's like a lot of stress. And I'm really happy to hear that our staff.
Can I comment on that? 'Cause
Yeah.
we did an exercise in a leadership team meeting where we gave them all the departments on note cards and split them up into teams and let them move everything around. And there were folks around the table moving cards around that had an impact directly on themselves. So they took it seriously. And for that, I appreciate that for the team that they were willing to impact themselves, understanding we're trying to build an org chart that makes the most sense for the work that we do for the community, right? So in the end, there's not a lot of great change here. But they were definitely part of that discussion about how can we be better and how we work with the community. So
I'm in support of it also. I'll note a couple things that haven't been said, which is in my time here in the county, there has been no one in charge when the county manager leaves the county or is sick that day. And I think this gives the potential to have somebody stepping in as acting county manager when you're at a football game somewhere or whatever else you may be doing during your time off. And I think that's important. The other thing is when I think about our financial analysis and driving efficiencies, we're light years ahead of where we were, but we still have a lot of work to do. And I like the fact that the box labeled information technology is still reporting directly to you. And I know we have a relatively new person, but no longer new enough for me to not resume asking very pointed questions about why we're not doing a better job of spending our money more efficiently and driving efficiencies, particularly since we've collapsed the two different contracts between law enforcement and our side of the house. So I hope to be hearing more about that in the very near future. And I think it's also giving us the potential to be actually strategic with HR, which we've never been in my time here in office. And I think we're starting to head in that direction. Basically allowing that function not just to solve inadequacies of our previous organization, but start doing human development and measuring people's performance and giving people performance plans that are positive in terms of giving them paths to growth to achieve what they want to achieve while they're spending their time here in the county. And I like the fact that's reporting to you directly. And I know that that is something that you and I had conversations about when you were interviewing for the job. And I'm going to be bringing it up a lot from now until my limited time here, 9 months from now.
We're bringing you a work session in the next meeting to talk about the new performance management system that we purchased. So
It's perfect.
Yeah. I think I'd like to know, well, first of all, my statements, first of all, I agree with everything that both commissioners said. I'd like to point out that this is the most logical org chart that I've seen since I've been here in 7 years. I mean, the pieces make sense fitting together in a way that's better than I've seen it before. I've seen a couple that I was, that I found that were sometimes oxymoronic. I think one detail in here I'll point out is when you look at public works and strategic and community planning, fleet management, road and bridge and transit under public works, which makes total sense because those are really operational functions that are going on. And a lot of people looking at this would wonder what, for example, transportation is doing over under strategic and community planning without the knowledge that what that actually is the management, the development of and management of strategic negotiations with the federal and state agencies and our continual interaction with them on their projects to make sure that our needs are served by their projects. So transportation over there is more like the 50 to the 50 to 15,000 foot level of looking at and managing to make sure our outcomes on all those larger scale projects are good. Whereas the parts that are over under public works are things that are responsibilities that we actually do on a day-to-day basis that are just really operational managements of ongoing programs. So just so people understand, that's the way it is. Transportation in this context is a whole different animal than what goes on at public works. It's the kind of stuff, it's the kind of stuff that drives, and the knowledge we've created there over time of how we fit into that larger picture and how we're sometimes viewed by people outside our county that don't know us as well as we know ourselves and the implications of their actions on us. It's why we end up doing things like lobbying on Senate Bill 184, because we understand the implications and what the state's thinking on our county specifically that's unique and different than other counties.
The only other thing I want to point out for the public is just take a look at this org chart. If you're wondering what your county taxes do, a lot of stuff on there. This organization does a lot.
Yeah, this is a really good informational piece.
Any other comments before we entertain a motion? 2 motions?
I have no more comments. So I would move that we first approve the addition of a 1.0 FTE county manager, deputy county manager.
Second.
We have a motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
And I'd further move that we approve what we were just talking about, which is the 2024 Clear Creek County org chart, organizational chart.
Second.
We have another motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Both motions pass.
thank you.
Thanks, leadership team, and Brian and Peter for all of your diligent effort. I mean, this is a long time coming and I think was very thoughtfully done.
I will just share just so that you all know. I don't think we're done yet. I think we need to figure out how to afford an assistant county attorney. How to afford an assistant county attorney.
Be a conversation for another day.
Maybe just, yeah, maybe another board, you know?
Hopefully not another board.
But the one we have is so efficient.
I just want to say thank you. I mean, I see it as a vote of confidence for the work we're doing as a complete leadership team, in terms of the change we're trying to implement in this organization as we serve the public here, so.
This board still has one more budget to approve.
Oh, you're right, we
We
do.
do.
That's why I said
forgot about
hopefully
that.
not another board.
I didn't forget about anything. Next agenda item, consideration approval of the use of savings in the sheriff's office communication department for the purchase vehicles. Maria.
Good morning, commissioners. I don't have a presentation for you. The sheriff's office historically has purchased about 5 vehicles a year. And they need to do that in order to maintain highly operational fleet and limit maintenance costs. Prior to COVID in 2019, things got a little derailed. COVID happened, cars weren't available. Suddenly they were buying either no cars or 2 or 3 cars a year, and they are very, very, very behind. They have an older fleet now. The average age of their vehicle is 6 or 7 years old. A lot of them have more than 100,000 miles, and they're down for $2,000, $3,000 repairs. They're out of service for 3 weeks. It isn't sustainable. It's not a good setup. You may recall that we were recommending to you at the budget hearing last year that we look at a leasing program. You were interested in knowing about it and wanted some more information. Rates have ticked up. It's not financially advantageous for you. We would not recommend that you enter into a leasing program right now. It may become more advantageous later this year. The market is signaling some rate decreases. And when we operate in that short-term tax exempt space of 5 years and under, it's 5 years and under, it's really sensitive to interest rates. For the moment, though, we want to be able to help the sheriff refresh some of its fleet and make some progress. You did allow for $273,000 to be budgeted in a capital lease account in anticipation of a potential leasing program. So we would like to add to that 273 and allow the sheriff to buy what I hope they can buy. I hope with an additional 275, they can manage to get 7 vehicles with the upfits. And upfits means like lights and sirens, a radio for the car. So I hope with those 2 pots of money together, they would be able to get 7 vehicles this year. I would like to expand what you read, Commissioner, right now into the record about from the communication savings, and just ask if you would give the county manager leeway to find savings, period, anywhere in the general fund to be able to afford this amount of money for up to 7 cars.
Is that because the savings from dispatch are less than this additional expense?
They probably will be. That's a very good question, and we owe you answers. I just saw in the last 2 days another bill. We have these one-time implementation costs that just kind of keep rolling in, mainly to get our software to talk to each other and function super efficiently with JeffCom. So they're still rolling in. We're still ticking and tying for you because we owe you an answer. I do believe ongoing savings in 2025 and forward will be in the neighborhood of 450 to 500,000. Is it going to be that this year? It's not.
But we budgeted for no savings this year.
We budgeted for no savings. You're absolutely correct. Yes.
I have a question, a related question. Some of the public comment that I've heard in the past around vehicle policy in the sheriff's office, and I would ask the sheriff this if he was sitting here, but maybe you know. Vehicles are being taken home to different counties, some counties that are pretty far away from here. And it's hard to draw a straight line between that policy and benefits to Clear Creek County taxpayers. Is there an opportunity for more efficient use of our fleet that would lessen the need to be replacing these vehicles and wouldn't result in vehicles with hundreds of thousands of miles, many of which were traveled outside of Clear Creek County?
That is a question you need to ask the sheriff. I will tell you that the deputies take their vehicles home, and many of them do not live in Clear Creek County. That is correct. And some of them live fairly far away.
I don't even have a vehicle to take home.
Yeah. It is very common in the mountain communities, like our deputy could leave today and go work for the town of Frisco and they would get to take their vehicle home because that's a benefit to law enforcement in kind of mountain jurisdictions. It is a little bit of a bitter pill to swallow. It's hard to look at it. You know, I'm very frugal and cost conscious and I want to help the county accomplish. I want to help everyone accomplish what needs to be accomplished. But you would need to talk to the sheriff about that policy specifically and why he, you know, if he wants to continue that policy and why that's important to do that. That's not for me to say. I'm not tasked with running law enforcement.
Yeah, I mean, as a benefit and a form of compensation, it seems to me that there's much more efficient ways to skin that cat. I mean, driving a extremely expensive, highly outfitted vehicle back and forth costs a lot more than driving a normal passenger car.
And we do behind the scenes ask these questions, right? We do ask these in these budget meetings about some of them, you know, is it really necessary to take a truck home out of county? If we're gonna commute with it, why don't we take a more gas efficient vehicle or something? But we do ask, and you would need to speak with the sheriff about some of these policy decisions.
I mean, that it is an interesting, we could probably save money and no one would do this. But we could probably save money by just buying them regular cars that get good gas mileage to get home with. Right, rather than the very expensive.
I can't tell you, but I've experienced this in other communities as well.
Yeah.
Where they are driving their vehicles home. It's not like it's uncommon that it happens.
It's pretty common in law enforcement, especially deputies, lights and sirens, right? It's really common.
And I think there was a past where many deputies lived in their county and having their vehicle on the road in front of their house was a sign to the neighbors that there was someone around who was part of that team. And during some of the darkest periods after the Christian Glass incident, I heard about people hiding their cars at home because they didn't want to be associated with the brand.
Well, and now that is something the sheriff is making a lot of progress on, right?
100%.
He's been working really closely with our PIO and they are rebranding and they're building up their reputation and acceptance in the community. So he's done a lot of work on that, made a lot of progress.
Yeah, I would love to have this conversation with either privately with the sheriff or in some kind of a context, because it seems like there's an opportunity for efficiency that we're driving past.
I suspect someone's watching right now, but we'll make sure the message gets sent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to point out a kind of an experience that I had in the last a few months that kind of gave me a little different perspective on the use of vehicles and they're having their vehicles at home. And that's sometimes we run on a little bit of a skeleton crew like we are now. And it was actually a mutual aid situation between two different jurisdictions, a municipal jurisdiction and the county jurisdiction. And to get the right person on the job to do the investigation was necessary to bring someone who was off duty from a jurisdiction. And fortunately, they had the vehicle they needed at home in Denver to be able to respond, and they had to have somebody come up and take about an hour to get there to be able to deal with the issue. So there are benefits to having an off-duty officer have that vehicle ready to come in off when they would normally be off duty to come back onto duty to deal with a critical situation. So, and there are other ways to deal with that, and that is to also review our mutual aid relationships with those other between jurisdictions to know that the people who are available and who are there on site aren't just watching the site until someone else can get there with the authority to do that, that there may be ways that we can revise our mutual aid to allow people to be able to handle the initial responsibilities of the other jurisdiction. But anyway, I just want to point it out that it's kind of opened my eyes to different needs that they have within law enforcement to be able to get their job done when virtually most of our jurisdictions are understaffed.
One thing I'll note is very often at Evergreen Station 7, which is right over Jeffco on the way down the hill, there are deputy cruisers staged at that station. We'll leave them there and drive home probably.
Okay.
I will also tell you that, you know, Maria told you that their vehicles average 7 years in age. That's old for a law enforcement vehicle.
Yeah.
In my last job, we did move to a leasing process where we were able to turn over all, ours were even older, but we were able to turn over the entire fleet in a 5-year period. So every 5 years it was turning over because you were leasing instead of buying. So we need to bring that back to you at some point if the interest rates get where it makes more sense.
And not to micromanage the sheriff's office, but just to think out of the box a little bit, what you just described, Sean, is interesting because having, for example, right on I-70, where you cross the county line and the first thing you see on the right is, that's a county facility, is the CCFA number 6. Staging a vehicle or two there, if someone was able to do that, so that someone responding from Denver, then as soon as they cross the county line in a personal vehicle, they can move right into a county vehicle and move from there, and all their movement with the county would be done in a county vehicle. So I'm just throwing it out as trying to think outside the box ways to solve that problem and still create that flexibility.
Anyone have any other questions for Maria?
Nope. Peter, you need a motion on this one, right?
Yes.
I think you're asking for a slightly different motion than what's in the recommendation. I think what you're asking is, I'm looking for the dollar number. Are you looking for 275,000?
That is correct, Commissioner. We are asking you to authorize the county manager to use up to 275,000 in identified savings in the general fund to add to what is already available for purchases of sheriff vehicles.
What's
Thank
already
you, so
available?
moved.
What is it that's already available?
So there's 273,000 in a capital lease account that's been carved out and set aside in case we leased money. So we would add to the 273 another 275,000 of savings just found throughout the general fund. It may come from, some of it will come from communications, but some of it will have to be found outside of the sheriff's budget as well.
That's $80,000 a vehicle.
It's such a bitter pill to swallow, isn't it?
Because it's
Anywhere-
divided by 7.
Yeah, anywhere between about 60 to 80, depending on the vehicle. So the vehicle itself is about 50,000. And then the upfits, lights and sirens, a mobile or a radio, decals, right, to spray paint it and show that it's Clear Creek County.
So you're highlighting something that we need to do a better job of highlighting externally. And that's just the cost of putting a deputy on the street. Right? I mean, from the training to the vehicle, to the equipment, to everything it takes. And that's not a complaint. That's just the reality of what it cost, right? To
I mean,
provide service.
when I read recently about the previous administration spending $26,000 rebuilding an engine at the dealer for a car that was a 2017.
Bad decisions.
Like we're negotiating, I mean, if you buy 7, usually you get a better deal than if you buy 1, and
Right.
we're going through these processes, I trust. Okay.
Yeah, and it will be up to them, Commissioner. Can they take this money if you grant it and turn it into 8 vehicles instead of 7, right? It's an amazing gift you're giving us if that's what you do.
Well, I mean, one thing that we all said we were gonna do is support the new sheriff.
Mhm.
I'm happy to do that and trust that he's going to spend this wisely.
It is an interesting question. Maybe some of the support could be in procurement. Right? I mean, there might be a way to get procurement done for them on this side of the house in a more efficient way. That's not a motion. The motion is to authorize up to $275,000 of savings in the general fund to purchase sheriff's office vehicles.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Maria. I only got 3 left. Next one, work session to discuss off-highway vehicle plan direction.
Can I ask for a little bio break?
I think it's an excellent idea.
Let Amy get settled in, get comfortable.
Right, back from our brief recess. Our next topic, work session to discuss off-highway vehicle plan direction. Amy.
Thank you very much. Thank you, commissioners. I am here to talk about an OHV user management planning proposal. And that will be as it is described. This is a proposal for how we will move forward to plan use of OHVs and discuss and tackle some of the problems that were discussed this morning and that you are all aware of. So first I want to talk a little bit about, just review the recreation and the outdoors management plan, which is where this, the reason we're here today ultimately. The recreation and the outdoors management plan identified 6 management priorities. And, one of them was the idea of developing user management plans for particular user groups, and recognized that the OHV user group was a group that didn't have a management plan in place. And that is part of what contributes to some of the challenges that we experience. Those 6 priorities really focused on priorities that benefited from cross-jurisdictional cooperation. The ROMP also adopted a management framework that was described in the plan as adaptive management. And that is a 4-step planning process that includes building a foundation, identifying priorities, identifying strategies, and then engaging in the work of the plan, which includes implementation, evaluation, monitoring, and ongoing adaptation. That 4-step framework also is a Forest Service management framework that they use. So I mentioned that because when I present this planning proposal, part of this planning proposal is suggesting that we should use pre-existing management frameworks to help design this planning process. And I'll talk a little bit more about that as we move forward. I also just want to mention that this step that we are endeavoring in is beginning an implementation, is beginning to implement our ROMP. The ROMP was adopted by this board in December of 2023. And those 6 priorities all have to be implemented. And each one of those priorities requires cross-jurisdictional collaboration and will be a fairly complex process. So to start to discuss how we would go about having and implementing those 6 priorities, I have reconvened the interagency team that was formed as part of that. Matthew, thank you for being here. I've reconvened the interagency team that included the Forest Service, CPW, Denver Mountain Parks, the 4 towns, HDPLC, and CCMRD. And so that group has convened to start discussing how we would implement these 6 priorities and just how we wanted to all work together, the county and those 6 groups. So we've started to look at that together with these groups, but obviously then part of what the other thing that happened is you as the BOCC, I can't believe I just called you guys, apologies.
Persons.
Humans. You, upon the presentation and adoption of the ROMP report, identified the OHV priority as your priority as well and asked staff to focus on that first. And so that's what we are here today to do.
Glad we thought that up.
So this is a proposal to talk about what this is a proposal for how we might develop this plan. And it is fairly complicated because each of the entities have their own policies, yet we are one community. So we have to work on a process to look at all the different entities' policies and how those work together, yet also work on a set of policies and a framework that the community cares about a lot. The community as one community cares about a lot. And so that's what we have to tackle today. So I wanted to start off by just talking a little bit about the current OHV landscape. We all know that OHVs can operate in close proximity to residences, and that causes conflict. We also have an environment where we have different rules in different jurisdictions. We touched on this a little bit this morning. The Forest Service, for example, allows OHV use on that 80% of land, the public land that is in our county. And for good or bad, they consider it a legitimate form of recreation. And they work with that form of recreation. And while for good or bad, that it is a form of recreation that is legal and takes place on Forest Service land. And that is a fact. We also have differing policies inside of some of our communities in Clear Creek County. The town of Empire allows OHV use on its streets. Other towns do not. And every town has a different set of conflicts that they experience because of the rules that they do allow and the way OHVs use the proximity of trails and the way OHV use takes place in their towns. They are all experiencing different types of conflict. We also have challenges with enforcement, our existing policy. And we have to ask ourselves about how enforceable it is, how feasible it is. Is it practical? We know that OHVs are noisy. They're difficult to manage, and they can harm fragile ecosystems. We have another ongoing challenge that a lot of the public information about tourism and sales of OHVs and various things encourage visitation to Clear Creek County without solving the problem of the policy conflict with the OHV use and our county road policy. There's public information about our trails that doesn't also include information about how you get to those trails. It doesn't explain it. There's not information about how to solve those problems, right? We don't have that published on our tourism website, for example. And I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus here at all. But the information is not created to solve this problem. It sort of tries to just work around it. And we don't have programmatic support for this policy. Like we don't have facilities like trailheads or with a kiosk that explains how to go places or where to go. We don't have wayfinding signs or user management systems that tell people where to go because and so that's a limiting factor. We don't, that doesn't necessarily mean that we would want to use those signs to try to welcome or expand use, but without any of those signs, we also have a hard time limiting use, right? Because we don't get a chance to tell people what is not permitted. So that is a few pieces on the current OHV landscape. Thank you. I was trying to advance my slides here. So what I think that what this slide says road restriction policy is not enough. And I think that is one of the key assertions I want to try to make here is that our policy alone does not accomplish the goal of the policy. And that means it needs more support to make our policy an effective policy. it needs more. It needs additional tools to make it more useful. Enforcement, thank you, Sheriff Harris, for being here, is one tool. However, enforcement, and Sheriff Harris, I may ask you to join me here in a moment, but enforcement is not a tool that can effectively cover this base. Part of the reason is that one of the limitations is that enforcement has trouble covering things that are moving violations because of limits in how enforcement can be assigned. Thank you. And so moving violations versus, giving parking citations. And Sheriff, I don't know if you want to
Sure, yeah.
rescue me here.
Yeah, no worries. So we do have the limitations on enforcement because we have a limitation on the amount of folks that we have on patrol. And so when we look at resource allocation, is that really where we use our resources on patrol? If we have on average of 2 people on patrol in a 400 square mile county, is that really where we want to do that? And the answer is no. However, we do have the ability to, as we're transitioning some of our animal control officers to community enforcement officers, they would have the ability to write parking enforcement tickets, not moving violations, but parking tickets. And that could also help. I could also see us dedicating a few hours on a weekend, on a Saturday or a Sunday where we could kind of surge that possible enforcement effort to say, okay, on this particular Saturday, we are going to call 1 or 2 more deputies on duty and we're going to focus on enforcement on this particular Saturday or Sunday. So it's something that we can't do regularly, but I think we could do very strategic operations to try to limit OHV use and on those busy weekends.
I'd like to just offer a couple of observations or suggestions based on that, and I liked what I heard just then. And those are the 2 areas, which would be spot enforcement of actual illegal use on roads where you see them operating. I'm not aware of a single citation that's been written in my lifetime, as far as I know, of anybody riding an OHV on a county road, that no one's ever done it. Part of that was because of orientation of the previous administration. Part of that was, I think, just because of what you said, that you don't have the people to be able to do it and you open it up. And another part of it was because the law was so ambiguous and vague up until about 3 years ago. That with the Montana loophole and a number of court cases where people fought those tickets that they got for riding illegally on county roads, they got it thrown out in court in a couple of counties. That set up a dynamic where DAs and sheriffs were not going to invest the time in writing a citation and going to court on something that had precedents that were going to potentially cause it to be thrown out by another judge. That loophole was closed by Clear Creek County working with the state legislature to close the Montana loophole in 2021. So that helps a little bit. That said, you've got so much to do that's so important. And I'm aware that when you have so few people on duty, even if you put a couple more in on the weekend and something blows up on I-70 or you've got a domestic or anything going on, I'm fully aware, and I've been told that whether it's speed traps, for motor vehicles or whatever it is, we can ask you to come to an area and patrol it to shut down a hot spot. The chances are you're going to be there 20 minutes and the radio is going to go off and they're going to have to leave for something else. So we understand that. But I would like to offer the observation that in North Empire in 2020, we had a situation where the trucks and trailers, because of the proliferation of OHV parking up there and trailer parking that had grown more than we'd ever seen in previous years, got to where there'd be up to 20 vehicles up there and you couldn't even get another vehicle through, and half of them were blocked in by others, and it was a mess. And so we put up a few no parking signs, and we did get the city of Empire and the county to just cooperate. You don't have to do it all the time. Just go up there for a few hours, once or twice, or an hour or two, once or twice on the weekend, and tag the ones that are parked illegally. And it was amazing how fast the word spread and that illegal parking was reduced. There's still a few that did it, but even to this day, there hasn't been any parking enforcement up there in the last 2 years. To this day, there's only half the number of people parking up there because the word got out in the OHV community that they're serious and they're right. You can't go park there just anywhere you want to and pull off on private land or park blocking the road or anything like that. So just that little bit, I mean, even, I don't even think you really need to have somebody for a full day that's called in to do only that. I think just somebody going up and tagging the ones right there and getting out of there creates and if that happened even every other weekend, it just made a huge difference in the number of people that were doing it. And it helped a lot. And then if somebody does have the time and they actually see somebody operating on a county road, and they know they're in a place where they're absolutely not supposed to be doing it. If somebody got pulled over the same way they did for speeding or something like that, if you had the time, it would be helpful on those spot occurrences, not to patrol for that, put somebody out in the woods, because you don't have the manpower for that. But sometimes it happens in really obvious places where it's pretty atrocious to have it happening. We've had them come speeding down the road at, like 50 miles an hour down North Empire Road where the speed limit's 15, pack of 4 razors or something like that, making a Vandermeer Speedway out of it. So I just wanted to offer those. Sure. We had those experiences and it was very
Yeah.
helpful.
Before, sorry, just real quick before you respond, because I want to add to that. I agree with what he said. I would encourage us to think about public information efforts, sort of, a very public enforcement push. That's all. Just wanted to add that.
I totally
Socialize
appreciate
that effort.
Yeah, and that's really what I am advocating here, because I think the North Empire example, one of the reasons maybe that lasted, in addition to the word getting out, was the signage that was put up there and the putting up parking bumpers and defining the space a little bit so that people understood where to park and where not to park. That was part of why it lasted. And that came out of us all going up there and meeting together and looking at the space and figuring out how to improve the way the facility worked.
Right.
And that's really what I'm talking about on this slide, is that making some sort of management plan at spaces like that, so that along with enforcement, because we do need, and I think that's Matt and I met a few weeks ago and chatted just about the topic in general and identified the idea of like a surprise enforcement weekend kind of thing that could help plant that seed and do that, make people worry that they were going to get in trouble or whatever. And that reinforces good behavior. But what I'm suggesting is that in addition to enforcement and our policy, some management systems using these 4 bullets, which are a typical best practice in recreation management, as a framework. I'm not saying, each one of these things would automatically apply, because again, we don't want to open things up and expand use, but these are things that by doing comprehensive planning and knowing what you want, having a clear vision for what we want it to be and not be, and by doing the outreach and education and making sure people are well informed of what our policy is, what our rules are, and by doing certain things like putting up signage where it's needed, providing trailhead type information where it's appropriate, and investing in infrastructure so people are informed. If they didn't get the memo at a website or somewhere else and they show up in our county, that they have a way to understand what to do and what not to do. And that we have, this backcountry infrastructure may not apply because that may be mostly on Forest Service land, but protecting fragile resources where it is in our jurisdiction. And then if we have, looking at the topic of use limiting fees and permits where appropriate, does that apply? How might that apply? And then just looking at revenue sources, how can we make sure we have the resources to manage this in an ongoing way, whether it's resources for enforcement, so the sheriff has the ability to provide the backup that we need, or resources on the rec team or with the towns or wherever it's needed. So that's what this slide is asserting, that having a policy that meets our goals matters. It's important. And
I think we're getting that loud and clear.
okay,
At the rest of the presentation, we have a slide that I want to land on soon, which is what are you seeking today from the BOCC?
okay. So next slide. we can move through this quickly, but I touched on this a little bit, but we do need to implement an effective program. We need to work with our partners as well. The Forest Service is a key partner in this. They have funds and a huge stake in this conversation. They are the ones who have all the land where the OHV use is taking place. And so we do need to, and they also have access to to revenue and grants. Like, I have a bullet about it. Great. Sometimes I say things and I forget that I've actually put it on the slide. So that's always good. So we need a venue to talk to the Forest Service about that. And the towns also have different ways that they experience this conflict and different challenges. Like Empire is one example, and all the towns have an interest in working with us on working with the topic on OHVs because they experience conflict and they experience benefits from the revenue that these user groups bring to their communities. Okay, next slide. So what I believe is a potentially useful process, and what I want to talk to you about today is that I think we need to start by creating a county vision from a policy position, because one of the challenges is that, and I mentioned this at the beginning, each entity, the county, the 4 towns, the Forest Service in particular, has policies related to OHVs. And they each have individual agency, jurisdiction, policies, right? And then the public has a role, and there are a lot of different stakeholders in the public, like Solve and the groups that were talking to us today. And they all have need a platform to engage on this topic as well. And that gets a little complicated. So generally, I think for discussing policy, and the policies need to coordinate in some way, ideally, right? It's problematic that that Empire's policy doesn't align with Clear Creek County's roadway policy. That causes a clear conflict, particularly on chunks of county road between Forest Service and the town of Empire. And so I think what I'm proposing is that we engage in a county process, which would be basically kind of an internal county process to establish a vision for OHV use. And what does a county perfectly managed OHV program look like? What does it feel like? And then with that in hand, we engage in a policy working with our other policy creating entities and work together to see how aligned we can get on policy across the county. So that's what this slide is about, step 1 and 2. So that really, I think the next slide is starting to talk about creating that vision, but I think actually before we do that, I would need to get buy-in from you on this concept.
Well, feedback is pretty simple, and it is, if we don't fund enforcement, we're kind of wasting our time. We're kind of like blowing a bunch of hot air, and I don't put this at the sheriff's feet at all. And I like the ideas of being strategic, because I don't think you have to fund something permanently. I think you go there sporadically and the word gets out. But if we don't actually have rules that have consequences with not following, I think we're wasting our time here. And then when I think about stating in a policy that we want fewer OHVs, I don't think that's really our charter. I think we need to create policies that lessen the impact on neighborhoods and the environment. And will those also result in fewer HVs? Maybe, but I don't think it's necessarily our role to be picking winners and losers in industries. And I kind of had the same concept about which type of OHVs. I mean, if it's legal in the US Forest Service, it's legal. And I don't know that I think we're not going to have much practical impact on what they do anyway. So I would kind of, in my own mind, kind of put those off to the side, because I think us going on record and saying, here's what it means to us in Clear Creek County is needed. And I think that the other jurisdictions will look at that and some of them will align with us and some of them may not. And that's kind of how it's been here in the county ever since the county's been going. I do like the idea of trying to identify revenue sources. It's not clear to me that there are any actual winners. I mean, things like per fee parking lots have a pretty significant history of being money losing operations. I mean, the Forest Service parking lots over at Buffalo Creek are a good example of that, where they found out it cost them more money to administer than they were actually raising in fees. So those are my initial thoughts.
Yeah. A couple things just from the overall presentation, first of all, leading back up to this slide. When we talk, first of all, I want to correct the figures on the U.S. Forest Service, the total amount of public land in Clear Creek County, counting everything, HDPLC, everything is about 78%. Total amount of U.S. Forest Service is about 67%, just a minor tweak from that 80% number. The U.S. Forest Service and CPW are actually evolving at this time in their attitude towards the activity. I mentioned earlier, CPW guy, it's been about 3 years now, 3 to 4 years, which was a big change from a couple of years before that, who told me that, for example, wildlife was thinning out in the North Empire area, including even deer. And they were, and this wasn't, and people say those things all the time and without realizing that there are always fluctuations in wildlife populations. But they were seeing significant reductions in the North Empire area because, and they were attributing it directly to motorized recreation in the area, increasing in numbers. Not that motorized recreation will drive all the wildlife out of an area, but when it becomes more louder and more dynamic and more dense, then that absolutely was having an impact. We talked about enforcement. As far as U.S. Forest Service and CPW having dollars and grants, in the past, those grants have been offered to us to do things like build parking lots or help do improvements to a road if we would legalize OHV activities on those roads. So not every dollar that's available to us is actually something that we may want to get to begin with. For example, to get money just for the purpose of funding something that you don't want to do to start with, that you had already felt you didn't want to do, we'll say, oh, but they'll give us the money to do it. Doesn't mean that it's something that you still want to do, like building parking lots or legalizing activity on certain roads. Just want to point that out from my perspective. And then coming to Empire, when we say we have different kinds of policies in different towns with 4 different towns, there's basically, we have one policy throughout the entire county and one town that legalized it. And there's a great deal of controversy within the town. I know it because I live there about that. And I know a lot of people that wish it had never been done. And I know that the town board took up redoing that policy and getting rid of it a couple of years ago, about 2 to 3 years ago. And what they got were some people saying, but we need this to be able to get to the post office. And there were people that had cars outside their houses, so they didn't really need their OHV to get to the post office. That was just excuses they made. And they said they were losing their rights. The town was taking away their rights. So when you open Pandora's, you kind of can open Pandora's box in terms of public opinion when you create a policy that later on people begin to misunderstand and think is written into the Constitution. So you got to be careful with your pilot projects too, and that's my take. I think that we as the county commission have generally expressed that we're looking for a policy of non-expansion. And there isn't any doubt that building parking lots and creating accommodations for existing use is kind of like building a lane on the highway and imagining that it won't fill up. And and it's true whether we're talking about OHVs when you use that policy or whether we're talking about hiking. We found out what happened on Guanella Pass with people climbing Mount Bierstadt, was that we built a parking lot and we improved the road, or Central Federal Lands improved the road, and the U.S. Forest Service built the parking lot. And what we ended up with was about 3 times as many cars we had before parking up there and people on the mountain. And they created a pretty unsustainable situation. And so we learned from that we can, if you build it, they will come, and you have to be careful not to create a magnet if your policy is non-expansion. And that's my take and my observation over time from watching it.
So Randy, would you say that your vision would be to have everything stay the same, to reduce conflict, to shrink usage? Like how would you describe your vision?
I think it's surgical, and what I'm saying is that, for example, when we talk about if we're accepting dollars to provide enforcement, to do signage and parking and things like that, do signage and enforcement of parking and organization of existing use of parking, which in most cases would mean probably a little bit of reduction by making it more orderly when it's haphazard at the time, that those are surgical uses. And in each one of those uses, if we have a general policy, non-expansion, then you would have to look through each one of those suggestions of an action on whether it is likely to create an expansion or not. If it's likely to create an expansion, then it would be in conflict with the general policy.
So.
I think I'm gonna weigh in here and I want to suggest, I think the best way to try to build this policy is to do some dialogue between the three of us. So I've written a list of things, elements of what I think are a well-managed program.
Okay.
Completely agree that we're not trying to increase OHV use and that's like
Right.
top level.
Okay.
I think it should physically be not possible for capacity to be overwhelmed. And what I mean is if we're talking about parking lots, or if we're talking about existing parking areas and we identify that there are more sites than we think that area can handle, we do something to physically block cars from being able to park.
Mm-hmm.
We look at our, right of ways, et cetera. Is that, I'm gonna pause there. Does that feel?
It raises to me a bunch of questions about how do you actually kind of scientifically determine what the right loading is in the backcountry? And that seems like that's highly subjective.
I think so too, yeah.
Well, we do have parking and use ordinances now that we have expressed that we're not going to get rid of. So if, it does have to be subjective, and I think we can't do a carrying capacity. We can't do a scientific carrying capacity for every part of the county when we have a small county and we're just now finally getting around to having gotten a grant to, for example, get the CNHP data. And working over at NOCO with the land managers and people, a lot of them with a pretty good public land management scientific background, they almost pass out when you say we want to do a carrying capacity study. So it's almost impossible for us to do it at that level. It almost, I think, has to become a gut level area where we make the kind, if we agree here that we want a policy of non-expansion, what scientific data do we have to back that up? Well, we have the complaints and our own observations of what's going on in the area and our own experiences to support that. And I think at some level, we do have to follow our gut and do what we think the right thing is. And I think you can do that at the large scale where you say we're not expanding, or you can do it at the smaller scale where we just had, pardon my language, a complete shit show going on up at North Empire. And so we went up there and looked for some solutions that allowed the activity to continue, but confined it to a certain level, put up signage and used enforcement. And I think what George is suggesting is something like Jersey barriers or bollards or something that actually confine and restrict people from even having the physical availability of parking at that location. Because personally, I've been going up and maintaining those signs and straightening the signposts back up when they run over them because they're mad, and taking lacquer thinner up and cleaning the graffiti off the signs so that we can maintain those signs and keep them going. And, so I think all George said was in some places where signage has become a problem like that, maybe some Jersey barriers or some other obstructions that actually are more effective and more, if you put a bollard in place and there's an expense with that, of course, at least somebody's going to damage their vehicle when they try to knock it down, and that has an impact and might prevent people from doing the things that we by gut level decided we don't want them to do.
I think I might have misunderstood what George was asking or proposing, because my perception is we don't have any like dinosaur lots up in the high country that are allowing wholesale quantities of vehicles to park. Because I thought George was saying if a lot we have now allows legal parking of 10 vehicles, we switch it to 5. I kind of have the perception that we have pretty limited parking. And if we did nothing more than just enforce parking in those legal places, we would have gone a long way towards creating a more predictable environment in terms of who comes and what they do when they get here. And,
Yeah.
and maybe even there's another tool that's maybe appropriate or may not be is reservations, right? I mean, people kind of now are of the mind, if I'm gonna go do certain activities, I can't just go blow in there and do it. I gotta plan ahead. So I'm all for creating more certainty when it comes to who comes and what they do, and creating consequences for people who don't want to play by the rules that we have established. And yeah, I don't personally see a public benefit to increasing the access from what we have now.
That's what I was, and the example I gave was just to try to say that we had seen 6 to 8 trailers and trucks parking up there for a long time, and when it suddenly exploded, pre-COVID with the introduction of new technology, and then in COVID, as more people were trying to look for something to do that weren't bowling alleys, we said, well, we've been having 6 to 8 to maybe 10 up here for a long time. Let's create parking and sign out the rest of the parking to try to reduce this 20 back down to that 6, 8, 10. And that seemed to create a workable area that at least was safe for parking and access and seemed reasonable, and it worked. And it was a gut level call. And then we tried to say, but we're not trying to stop the historic usage.
Yeah.
So I think we're on the same page on that one. Sean, I heard you say the next thing that was on my list, visitors know when there's available parking before they get into an area.
Yeah.
This one we might need to discuss. I believe parking should be charged. I'm more than interested in policies around parking management where we try to figure out how to not create equity issues as we charge for parking. I am imagining parking for groups that maybe isn't charged, or, I don't know, but parking is charged and we try to sort of avoid equity downsides. Is that something that we agree on now, or is that sort of an open question?
I think, well, the particular demographic we're talking about, I think you might be solving a problem that doesn't exist.
Because by the time you own a $40,000 piece of equipment.
Exactly. You can
Yeah.
afford $10 to go parking. But the BLM model for parking, those yellow envelopes, it's a honor system, but it is also an honor system where it can be enforced, because essentially you put your money in the envelope, you tear off the little thing, you put it where it can be seen. So it potentially has the ability to have a very low cost of implementation. And also the possibility of enforcement.
Yeah, my reaction to it is that congestion pricing is a reasonable thing that carries with it the equity issue that you talked about. And I think in the case here, we have 2 or 3 areas where, North Empire, we found a way to manage it fairly effectively. And I don't know that adding a price to it would have changed the outcome in any way. What it would create is the administration cost of those fees. And if they're reasonable, the administration costs along with it adds an additional enforcement level. In other words, it's not just that the sheriff's deputy has an hour and runs up there and tickets all the vehicles that are parked where they're not supposed to be parked, but now he's got to check people's registrations and that somebody's administering the program. And I think the level that we have right now, my gut is telling me that we would never recover the cost of that registration program. If we did one, I'd almost rather it was just free and that you had to, like a timed reservation at no cost for somebody, a system that went in, because you're not going to recover that much anyway. But I like the restriction. I like the physical restriction of what you don't want a lot better than having to rely on Matt sending people up there to write tickets that then have to go through the judicial system for the most part, other than moving violations and parking where you're parked illegally completely outside of an allowable parking area. That's my gut reaction.
What I might add is just that it may be different for different locations. North Empire Road might be a little different than some of the other locations.
Yeah.
And I think one thing I really like about that idea is that a lot of the places where people park they don't feel like anybody's watching or anybody's looking at them. And it would give the sense that it was actually a maintained parking lot that somebody actually is paying attention to, and that just might change the overall sense of the user's ethic.
I think that's a really good point. Bard Creek, North Empire is completely different than situation you have with Guanella Pass and Waldorf Road, which is different than the situation you have at the Mary's Glacier. They all have a little different dynamics and it might be the right tool for the job at each location.
Yeah, very good point.
The other thing, and I don't think this needs to be a policy directive, but it's in my head. It seems like we need to accomplish having internet access at the trailhead to do a lot of this. To be able, for someone to know if there's capacity, you need a system that knows if there's capacity and communicates that in some way. By the time we've gotten there, we might also be able to solve what I think is a safety problem at the trailheads with people not having cell service.
Yeah.
I also think, I mean, if I was driving up, I would want to know the sooner I knew from when I left my house, the less angry I'm gonna be. So not finding out until I got to the trailhead is the worst situation. A better situation is a roadside sign on the US 40 exit that says lot here, 3 spots, lot here, 1 spot. I don't know how it can be technically solved, but we can send men around on the moon. We can certainly solve that.
Yeah, so, okay, so then I think the other, and I'm just sort of stating things that are obvious here. Visitors should know the rules. That's a well-functioning program is one where the visitors know the rules. Where the enforcement presence is felt, we've already discussed that. I do want to take a moment in talking about enforcement. I just want to point out that what I think we're hearing from our new sheriff is a change in policy. I think our last sheriff had a policy of non-enforcement of this.
Which was well known.
It was a well-known policy of non-enforcement. I believe that that's not the case anymore. And even just that not being the case is a huge improvement. So I want to just point that out. And and with gratitude, sure, with gratitude. Another one, no sort of broken windows, right? Like sort of thinking about, I don't want to drag us into a debate about broken windows policing. Because that's not, but as far like if the area looks nice, it's going to be treated better.
If it looks organized, you're gonna. Yeah.
A well-managed program also does not create sacrifice zones. And I think we need to think hard about if we're squeezing people out of one area, where are they going? How do we try to accomplish this strategically? Matt, I see you nodding because you live on York Gulch, and if we scare everybody out of North Empire, that train that goes past your house might get a half mile longer. That's my list. I think there's probably more. Are there other sort of high level elements of a well-managed program?
You said something else that caught my attention. It's like, I don't think we're scaring too many people out of North Empire. Trust me, I can document if you need me to the numbers of people that are still there. But I think what we were trying to do was take a situation that exploded in about a 2-year period and managed to get it back down to a reasonable level. But I've had plenty of calls out of York Gulch about what's going on up there. And I think that's another area to add to our list of areas where that stuff's taking place. I've had residents call me about what they've been encountering up in York, and I don't know how it feels to Matt, but it seems like it is a pretty good sized. There's a pretty strong market for the area.
I think another element is, I guess, what I would call outreach. So different clubs and organizations and places like G4 Sports down in Lakewood that sells all those vehicles.
Yeah.
Jurisdictional alignment. A well-managed program is one that the jurisdictions agree on, right? That's really important. As well as, I think, so you made me think of this. There's a lot of resources that are available to us from these industry groups if what we're doing is if they're at the table. And that's a reason to keep them at the table.
I'm not sure how effective that policy would be to try to keep them at the table, because you know what they're trying to buy, which is more access and more accommodation. And and I don't blame them for that, and I don't even think they're bad for doing that, but that's the deal that they're generally trying to make, and I hear that out of Coveco, and I hear it at NOCO consistently. That's their message. And so if we're making a decision of non-expansion, you got to recognize that economic inertia, has a life. And it'll try to continue to grow itself. And so my guess is that most of the time, the money will come like the money was going to come from other grants, potentially from CPW and so forth, for the purpose of paving a road so that there would be less dust from all the trucks and trailers or OHVs going by you, which was the case there. The object of that project was to create parking at the Ball Placer and money would come to pave the road if we would legalize OHVs up the road, but they wouldn't make as much dust as they were roaring by if they were on asphalt that was in good repair. So what we were going to get was a road improvement as long as we allowed a gigantic piece of land to become a large parking lot and as many OHVs as could fit there to drive up the road. And that's what the explosion was in 2015 when that came up.
Yeah, but I think, an equally or a more realistic option or goal for them will be to preserve the status quo. Because there's nothing preventing policymakers from eliminating those legal parking spots.
Yeah, I think that I feel comfortable because what this board is doing right now is establishing policy that staff will understand really clearly that we're not trying to grow that. And that's, the people that want to be at this table and help figure this out are the people that understand the goal. I have some sort of next steps to do's. One thing is we got some public comment today from people within and close to Empire. Part of me wants to put together a letter and say, hey, we got some public comment about our policies and they also referenced your policies. And so we want to make sure you know.
You mean to the town of Empire?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's something that's on my mind. I also think really though, the first step I think is for this board to make a finding about the relative economic benefits of OHV recreation. I believe that we have the unified perspective that the economic benefits of OHV recreation are limited, if not negative, and therefore it's not part of our economic development strategy. And what we're trying to do is manage this. I'd like to pass a resolution that puts that into the record as our position.
And there's probably other studies that we can access, people who have already spent money figuring this out.
Yeah, and I think that you can get a few whereases in there and some of them can reflect that kind of data and findings, and some of them can reflect our observations as well. And yeah, as far as economic development impacts, I think the change in the personality of the activity is pretty observable. And to simply state it, that the nature, our proximity to Denver and the size of the market, when all of the counties around us have already come to the conclusion that we're talking about today, because I've talked to all of the natural resource managers and recreation managers of all the other 4 counties on this side of the divide in the NOCO region, all the way from Wyoming down to the south side of Mount Blue Sky. And they're all where we're talking about going, which is a policy of non-expansion, basically. And so that makes us, therefore, the last owner of the entire market for the Denver metro area until you get down into Pike National Forest and on over into Park County. And so there's a justification right there, combined with the observable change in the behavior in the OHV market, where they've gone from an access for hunters and people to get up camping who don't want to or are unable to hike, to a motorsports model, which my observation is easily 2/3 of the vehicles that I see coming off and taking off from North Empire as an example. And I mentioned North Empire, not that it's the only place. I think St. Mary's has got equal stuff going on and probably York Gulch and numbers of places. So it's just what I see.
Absolutely.
But I see 2/3 of them are muscle cars with people that are there for motorsports as opposed to access. And that's changed the whole dynamic of what they do to wildlife, what they do to vegetation, what they do to noise levels for the community. And I have been on numerous occasions almost run over on North Empire Road, simply taking a walk by people that are trying to drive 2 to 3 times the speed limit and make a race course out of it in the unincorporated county land.
Do you shake your fist and say, get off my lawn?
No,
Not a fist.
I leap screaming into the woods, into the ditch like this. Not exactly.
You left some of your fingers behind when you were waving.
Well, thank you for your input and your comments. I think that's really, really helpful and exactly what I was looking for. I also welcomed them to work on comment. I wonder if you, what I'm asking actually is, do you welcome input on developing that resolution from staff?
Sure.
And I also think the Open Space Commission would love to also provide a comment or an opinion on how land use, on land use and preservation and comment that they might have as well. I know they have been eager in our conversations about this topic to participate in conversation, and it seems like that might fit well into their advisory role to you as well.
Yeah, I think those are, all, whomever, I think those are all good. If someone wants to take a stab off of staff at writing that resolution for us in conjunction with Peter, but then, I would imagine that this county commission might offer some edits to that resolution as well.
So that's great. And it's one of the things that I was thinking or envisioning in sort of the step one was some kind of internal process that could be culminating in a resolution that would help us sort out maybe some data or policy examples from neighbors, positions from the Open Space Commission, other internal perspectives that might be useful to formulate that resolution, and that we could bring that back at some point, and then that could help inform the conversations then we could have with our neighbors at the towns and potentially with the Forest Service as well, to look for opportunities for alignment and get this where we need to go so we can have a policy of non-expansion.
Sure.
And I think that, if one assertion I was making today was that just having a policy of not allowing OHVs on roads, that alone, it needs enforcement, an enforcement program from the sheriff, but it also needs some management. So you're not by yourself taking the spray paint off the signs, and we're developing the parking areas in a way that makes them look cared for. And the vision that George articulated and that you have discussed today can be implemented. And that may be something that my team on the Trails crew could help to manage. It may need funding, but, and we'll need a process to get that alignment across the jurisdictions and to work with the Forest Service. So that's one thing. And then, just lost my second piece. But is this process of working with the towns is the second piece.
Yeah, I think I'd like to say that I think the clearer and simpler and almost single purpose. In other words, we can't in this resolution try to spell out what management of OHVs looks like. It's basically, first of all, there's something else I was writing down, a couple things I want to say. Thank you, George, for suggesting this resolution. As you know, as you've heard me, I've been wanting us to take a county policy about this for a long time to solidify this so that we put guardrails around the future, because it keeps going all over the place.
Right.
And, but I think that the next thing is, I think that simply trying to keep it to a good statement in support for an expansion of non-expansion of the use helps deliver that. There was a third thing there was a first thing I was thinking of before those two, and then I forgot it already. So I may come back to it in a second, but But yeah, I think the simpler we can keep it, the better, rather than getting too far into the weeds, because I think that'll be developed through management practice about how I think the guiding light of non-expansion is probably, and giving the reasons, the primary bullet point reasons why. Is, where I think I'm hearing we want to go. Is that correct? As opposed to trying to spell out management principles and, yeah.
I mean, I think, yeah, I agree.
Could we declare victory on this agenda item?
Yes.
I wanna suggest.
Got one thing done in 8 years.
I went back to my notes from our public comment. I want to suggest there are some outcomes that we could say we want to get. Resource degradation is slowed, stopped, or repaired. Wildlife numbers rebound, better quality of life for neighbors, fewer conflicts between users.
Right. And those are kind of like the bullet points and reasons, but also outcomes and things that we can, where we can solve those. And so therefore,
Yeah.
The only
Signs of
challenge
success.
is if you have the Venn diagram of those things that are within our purview, a lot of those aren't.
Yeah.
Like the resources that are integrated are not county property.
Yeah.
well, our view of what things happen off of our properties can help guide what we do that is within our purview. You know, I care about my backyard, and the backyard doesn't stop at the property lines of the US Forest Service. It extends into the Forest Service. And so our understanding of what we see there is, I think, important too.
I think just like the ROMP improves our capacity to partner with the Forest Service, developing clarity on our OHV policy and management and goals will improve our ability to partner with the Forest Service. And then the grants that they get will be able to be applied in ways that hopefully are in better alignment with our policies and our goals.
Right. Once this
In
is said,
theory.
it informs our conversations with those other agencies and those other.
Yeah.
Perfectly.
Let's move on to the next one. Thanks, Sheriff, for joining.
Thank you.
Actually, why don't we skip the fire authority and go directly, since you're here,
Gonna suggest that.
Love that idea.
to the DLD community planning? And I reviewed the packet and all I see in there is a one-page memo.
Oh,
There should be a presentation in there too.
presentation in there, yeah.
In the outline version I'm looking at.
Okay. And the two consultants from SEH are here today.
Yeah, there's a whole.
It is, it's underneath.
You guys can come on up.
Where would you like?
You can sit right here. You can sit here.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Thank you.
Got eggs.
Politics, amen, yeah.
Who's gonna?
I know we had.
Megan will run the presentation. Right, Megan, did you fill the deck? Okay, great.
Recreation.
Very good.
Really respect a lot.
Okay.
In a very reasonable person who I think is probably.
Hi, guys. Hi. Nice to see you in person.
It's my first time actually meeting her.
Oh, really? Oh, my goodness. Very good.
Yeah, it was nice.
This is it, correct, Amy?
Yes.
Okay.
1 second, I'm gonna go get a snack.
Oh, yay. Okay.
So,
Easier than.
That's what I was thinking.
I don't think, 30 slides is a lot. So,
Some of them we just,
We can move through.
yeah, I would just say, the most important thing will be touching on the things that we don't already know, which probably aren't too many. And then the other part is, what is it that you came here to learn from us?
okay.
Thank you for your patience. I'm drinking a lot of coffee this morning.
Rattling and making noise, reaching into the.
Here you go.
Long morning. Yeah. Okay.
I will kick us off here and then I'll hand it over to you guys for the.
All right.
Marvelous, and Sean.
Thank you, Commissioner Wood, for rearranging so we could go before the Fire Authority conversation. Welcome, thank you for this opportunity. This is Nancy Dodstall and Mark Nolan from SEH. They're our consultant team helping us today. We are here to give you an update on the DLD Community Planning Project. I don't believe we have provided you with an update on this project as of yet. We may have discussed it a couple times in commissioner or county manager updates. This project was officially launched in December when we brought on this consultant team and got started. And then we had our first official meeting to the public in February when the steering committee was convened. The steering committee is a group of 20 to 40 or so people who are members of the community and local stakeholders who are meeting to have the discussions and explore topics a little bit deeply. And then we also have a public outreach component where we're engaging the community through surveys, social media posts, and a couple of public meetings. The first of which is this evening. Mark and Nancy are going to walk through mostly material that we have shared with the steering committee and material we've shared tonight, and then share with you an overview of the deliverables of this project, which is one of the main things we're looking for your feedback on. So I will hand it over to Mark and Nancy.
Thank you, Amy, and thanks for having us. We're excited to be physically here after working remotely for a few months on that. If you want to go to slide 4, or I think it's 5. Amy sort of went over our schedule. We've been working a bit remotely since December. Tonight is the first public hearing. So that's one of the things we want to help you promote a little bit, or have you help encourage people. And I guess not many people in the room, but anyone that might want to come, we hopefully will have a good turnout and I'll get a lot more feedback than what we've been hearing. Maybe go to the next slide. And then keep going. And since you know the area pretty well, I just want you to know our boundaries, though. We decided to use the sewer district as our boundaries. So that's what you're seeing there within the blue line, although it does the 3 unincorporated communities that we've been speaking about.
I'll just comment too, we aren't excluding people who are not living in the sanitation district.
Right, we mostly use that because it's easier to get statistics, outreach, and it's a defined boundary. And nobody's surprised that it's steep. There's a highway through the middle and floodplain. So also there's not a lot of developable land in the area. Let's keep going. I'm gonna show you. So we've done some work on the parcel studies and valuations. For the most part, it is surprisingly a lot of private land. There are some larger public parcels in there. I think that was on the last one. What they show up here, we always do sort of a value study. They'll show up here as red because they don't have high values when they're publicly owned. But if you go to the next one, that sort of pulls out some of the misconceptions in that actual values. And you can see there that the public lands obviously aren't valued high. Some of the larger parcels and some of the undevelopable parcels, which are the whiter or lighter colors, don't have a lot of value. But, you know, a government wants to encourage high values on their property. That's where your tax base is coming from. And you'll see that those commercial properties down by the highway generally are the highest value properties. So, you know, if you look at multifamily development and commercial development, industrial development, those are where you're going to capture higher tax value. And then existing land use, maybe also not surprisingly, it's mostly residential and mostly single family residential, which also is not
not the best deal for government as far as tax revenue. They tend to cost a bit more to provide services than you gain in tax revenue, but we need to live somewhere. And most of us like to live in single family areas, especially in the west. If you step right back, there's one thing I wanted to highlight. Oh, that's you stepping back, sorry. He's confusing me. The points I wanted to point out, quite a few mobile homes, manufactured housing in the area. I think you're aware of that. Some of those maybe have some threats, and I think your housing study's looking at that, but it is a great source, of lower income and more affordable housing for our community, and deserves some thought and protection. The next highest land use category in the area is vacant, surprisingly. And so, which definitely has some opportunities for thoughtful development and redevelopment in the area, even though, as we said, it's constrained and limited. We've done some work. We're not completely done on the existing infrastructure. Again, roads, obviously. It's all served by individual wells, so no water system there. And then there is sewer. Kind of that's where we stand on that. We're really looking at how that infrastructure either limits or can facilitate additional development in the area. I'm trying to go fast.
Okay, well, I
All
can
right,
step
you
through
go now.
the, some demographic and economic tidbits. Again, I'm Mark Nolan. Nancy and I are both senior planners with SEH, and Nancy's actually the project manager. And I'm helping support on the planning side and the engagement side. So I'm looking forward to the meeting tonight.
I'm filling in when I
And filling in when
get taken out.
taken out. So some interesting information here, much of which you're probably very aware of, but in looking at the demographics, I think the one thing that jumps out, a couple things right off the bat is income, right? The median household income in the DLD is almost half of what it is for the state. And, significantly less than it is for the county as a whole. And median age is also interesting as well. Both the DLD and the county are right around 49, 50 years of age for the median age, which is quite a bit higher than the statewide average of 38. So that's just something to take into account as we're looking at planning. And there are also some lower bachelor degree rates in the area as well. So I'm just going to move on to the next slide. Looking at economics, I know some of this is a little bit difficult to see, but basically at the top there, we're looking at blue collar and white collar types of jobs. The DLD has a blue collar share that's about twice what the county and the state have. So thinking about those types of jobs, and you can look at the top 10 jobs listed there on the left. Retail trade is the highest in the DLD, but also mining shows up, obviously. So that does not show up even for the county in the top 10 employment numbers as well as the state. And we'll go.
Can you help me?
Sure.
Can you define the difference between services and blue collar jobs?
That's a good question. The way that the data source pulls that as a blue collar job, like the mining, it would be that, for example. So services is the other number, right? It's really small.
14.8%.
Right. So services would be your restaurant, retail workers. Yes.
Would be more like factory.
Factory, manufacturing, mining.
Mechanics, plumbers.
Yep.
Electricians, trades, construction. I think.
Thank you. I'll just point out, these numbers are a little different than I would have expected. I would have expected services to be much higher.
Okay.
And how does services compare DLD to the county?
They're a little bit, it's really hard to read. They're not too different, right? It's about 15% in the DLD, 20% for the county, and 15% for the state. So it's order of magnitude is pretty similar across the.
And this is people who live here.
Correct.
People that live in DLD, they might work elsewhere, but they
Mhm.
would work at those trades.
That's a good point, right? The
Yeah.
jobs, the blue collar, white collar service jobs are folks who live here, not the jobs that are in the DLD.
So I think we'd expect some of them are commuting to Denver.
Yeah.
Mhm, mhm.
Not on their bikes.
On their bikes.
On their bikes, you'll see there,
Point
it's
that out,
interesting.
not
There's
on
a,
their bikes.
a high number of higher number of people who walk to work in the DLD than county and the state, which I thought was interesting, given the, the geography and others in the area. So
But nobody rides their bike to work.
no one rides their bike.
Well, there's not much, yeah.
Infrastructure and, yeah.
It's also when you're focused down to a smaller area, sometimes the statistics skew over.
Right.
Yeah.
There might be somebody that rides. the
And then looking at how things have changed over the past few years, the top, those graphs get skewed when you lop off the lower part of them, but basically the growth rate for the DLD is negative over time compared to the county and which is about even, and the state has been creeping up just a little bit. So some population loss over the past several censuses. And then also medium home income is lower here in the DLD. What's interesting is if you look at that bottom gray bar for the DLD, they're looking at a 2028 increase to over 600,000, which I find interesting. You can see that jump there is much bigger than it is in the county and the state. It'll be interesting to look into those numbers a little bit. And then on the bottom, there's generally a higher home ownership rate in the DLD than there is in the county and certainly in the state.
And the other thing, we didn't mention it on the first slide, but just the population of DLD at 513 people. 513 is about the total of Empire and Silver Plume combined. So it's a fairly large group population center for Clear Creek County.
Yeah, and I'll just observe, I'm gonna connect some stats. We've got per capita income almost $20,000 lower than Clear Creek County in general. That's probably why a larger percentage walk to work. And I'm just gonna connect it to a little bit further down in the report. I think we all heard really loud and clear when we were talking about the Greenway that pedestrian safety is a crucial need. So just wanted to tie those together.
A lot of discussion about that in our first steering committee meeting.
Yep, very
in this
much.
room, yeah. So that's just a high level overview of some of those numbers. Feel free to dig it in the deeper if you like. Nancy, I'm gonna go back to you.
Okay, and then, and Amy, feel free to chip in. So we've had the online survey up, which was, pretty minimal, at 3 questions. We had 36 people participate in that, in the online survey, which seems small, but as a percentage of 500, yeah, not so bad. This just maybe zip through this. How many most of the people actually lived within DLD, although, sometimes people answer that they do when they weren't looking at the map. So we're not sure, but it's mostly local people participating on that online survey. And then we go, so here's what we heard from those people, summed them up. Absolutely everyone, a lot of comments on that rural feel, quiet, small community, escape from city life, although I think those are all the positives that we've heard.
And this was a narrative.
Yeah, they were allowed to answer however they wanted on that. And then no surprises. What do you not like about it? The impact of I-70. Infrastructure and services really means lack of infrastructure and services. Environmental and community impact, I think we've summed that up by more highway impact and old mining, et cetera. Housing and rental issues were lack of availability. Obviously losing population, there's not a lot of new building going on. I think the other things pulling from those statistics are it's mostly single family ownership opportunities, so there really aren't rental opportunities. So startup of new home, it's an older community, maybe those new households can't afford to be in the area. And there's not that opportunity more for entry level housing. Safety and traffic violations, it says, we're gonna hear a lot about safety. That perception of neglect comes a little bit, I think, and we're gonna talk about that more, of the fact that they don't have a voice. They're an unincorporated community and they feel a little bit that they aren't a thing, they aren't a place. Go on. And then we asked the question, what would you change? So there were some interesting comments there about more enforcement. That would be probably on junk and community cleanup, aesthetics. They'd love to see some infrastructure, and we're going to talk about pedestrian infrastructure, bicycle infrastructure, more connectivity. In the road infrastructure, a lot of talk about water, communication access, again, traffic is again, I mean, we keep hitting that. The community engagement was a lot about that lack of voice, we think. Improve internet access, safety law enforcement, and then housing and property rights flexibility. Do you know what that one?
There was a couple of comments about issues related to like right of ways and perception of unresolved conflicts related to right of ways and property boundaries and things like that.
Not, when I read property rights flexibility, I think that's like, there's something I want to do on my property that it's not zoned for. Is that, did you hear any flavor of comments like that?
I think that there was one or two comments. I think it was just one comment that might have been related to the zoning and regulation enforcement and that second bullet about property rights flexibility. And I think it was related to a road encroachment or a driveway issue. But I mean, overall, I think it's mostly related to that general feeling of kind of it being a neglected community that is sort of falling into disrepair, and there's not like a perceivable remedy or resource or angle that, you know, that it feels a little bit fruitless, you know, they don't necessarily feel clear on things or how to solve problems or that's not quite it, but yeah.
So we had our first stakeholder meeting in February. I wrote 30 enthusiastic attendees. There lots of ideas and comments. We went through that exact same presentation for them, an overview of the study area and process. And then we broke into 3 subgroups in the room here and 1 virtual. From that, we heard.
Oops, sorry.
Like I said, a lot of interest and discussion, but we've sort of focused down into 4 main areas of focus. A lot of discussion on water infrastructure, that it's entirely lacking, and does that limit development? What kind of development can you do with it? What they don't want, concerns about wells and water rights. Not as much discussion of housing really as we expected to hear. But we did hear about the need for affordable really and workforce housing, not housing in general necessarily, but is there room in the community to do more either affordable or workforce and preservation of the mobile home parks that are there, with some concern about perceived threats. Housing isn't necessarily the focus of our study. You're doing a separate housing study But we want to make sure that that remains high and that we look at the outcomes of that as far as how they might fit in this area of the county. Transportation safety, which is Mark's specialty there, really got hit all the time from everyone that, you know, you can't walk safely, you can't drive safely. Sometimes it's hard to get on I-70 and get anywhere. So we definitely have that in there as better connectivity for pedestrians, bikes, and vehicles. We did hear a lot about the Greenway, and we tried to sort of defer that and say, again, that's not really the focus of this study, but it's on their minds and it really will affect that community. So we don't want to dismiss that totally, but we're not going to solve that for you with this process. I don't think. Maybe the idea will.
Well, I mean, I think
jump out.
this process is not going to produce a greenway alignment. And
Right.
that this process is not going to produce any particular project plans. This is a process to come up with priorities for ongoing planning that makes it possible for to provide the context so that when basically, you know, both the prior LDS church question and the prior Greenway alignment question that came before you were, this is probably overly simplistic, but basically it was difficult to answer those questions because of lack of context. And that both of those prior questions were the rationale for this project happening, not to provide answers to those questions, but to provide context to answer those questions for those when they are posed again, and other questions, right, for making community informed decisions for DLD in the future and creating the framework that we need to help this community define itself, help you define the community, help the community have an ongoing framework, which is what I think the point of a sub-area plan is, right? To provide that planning framework. When the next question comes up, we have that framework to say, how does this fit with the priorities we've identified? How does this fit with our sub-area plan? So that this board or the next has a context with which to apply to the questions that come along.
Potentially both. I think, so stated simply, those two discussions that came up before revealed that we didn't have a lot of really good professional understanding of the nature of the area, as well as a more holistic understanding of what the inhabitants felt about the area. And so that generated the request for this. And this then, when we revisit those, can inform not only those, but all the other things that have been revealed through doing this, which is a greater context.
Right, right, which is where, while this may inform the Greenway, it's not going to, we're not going to walk out of this with a Greenway alignment, you know, on a platter to provide, you know, it will inform that question and others.
Yeah. We're sort of looking at what's possible, what's not possible, what might work in this community and what definitely won't work. And obviously some of the things we've already found is that the lack of water infrastructure lacks what type of development might be possible in the area. But we'll provide some ideas on how you might get past that. And some of that road infrastructure is what we're also looking at. I mean, you've got a barrier that will always be there of I-70. So that last bullet point there is what we're calling community voice and aesthetic. And what we've heard a lot is, you know, some of the neglect, the rundown a little bit. There's no there. You know, we were trying really hard to find a place where we could allow people to drop in and talk to us that would be residents, not people driving through, and we couldn't find a place. So that's what's extra hard, I think, for the people, for a sense of community. There really isn't a sense of community between these communities, other than they're in close proximity to each other. So it was an interesting topic, and you know, sometimes a sense of place building a place can add to the sense of place. Some of we'll kick around some ideas with that. The feel, I don't want to tell you that they feel like the county commissioners are neglecting them. It's more, they don't know where to go and they don't feel like they have a person, it's not like there's a mayor of a town.
I think that's, in a way, I'm not going to suggest that DLD is exactly like St. Mary's Glacier, is exactly like York Gulch, is exactly like Floyd Hill or anything like that. But some of those areas have like homeowners, property owners associations and things like that. And so really what they're expressing isn't very dissimilar, not only from those areas, but from the unincorporated county in general, which you don't have a town, you don't have a structure and organization. So part of that, I think, lies on us to recognize that and understand that it needs to be developed, and we need to recognize their importance the same way we talk about St. Mary's and everybody else. And of course, we're doing this plan that shows we care.
Yeah.
But secondly, it falls upon both our suggesting this themselves to take it on themselves to be organized manner that helps give them this voice. Takes ownership of having that voice, and then it's incumbent upon us to recognize that voice as an important unified one.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. And I mean, some of the things that are different about this area is its proximity to I-70 and the concentration of retail and businesses that make it a little bit distinct from places like St. Mary's and York Gulch, which are part of the puzzle in figuring out how to think about this place.
That's what I meant when I said they weren't really like those in terms of details, but the general thing about that feeling like you don't have
absolutely
a home, a place.
I mean, I just think that observation sticks, like guilty as charged, I think. Sean, you like to point out that there's one neighborhood that gets twice annual in-person presentations from the county. It's your neighborhood.
Exactly. Exactly.
We know that we had built go around the county, do a town hall process. And we dumped that process in 2020 and we have not restarted it. I know that in the communications plan is to restart it. But I do think it's important for us to just acknowledge that since like we had a conversation about the Greenway. It didn't have resolution. We stopped talking about it. We had a pandemic. In the middle of the pandemic, we had a conversation about the DLD or about the LDS church that didn't get any resolution. And then we just stopped talking about it. And what I'm hearing from people is not just you're neglecting us. It's what I'm hearing is you keep doing this public engagement and then not taking any action. Are you going to continue to do, is this because you're not hearing what you want to hear? Are you going to continue to do public engagement until you hear what you want to hear and then go execute it? That's sort of the perception of many in the community down there. And I think we need to find a way to explain ourselves and try to build some trust.
I think that sometimes our not taking action has been exactly in response to their input to us, though, when they didn't want us to take those actions. So I wouldn't say that we've completely disregarded them. I think that when they have come back and we've heard their voice, we've chosen not to do things that we were thinking of doing because of their input too. So we have that, I mean, that non-response is a response in itself because they asked for a non-response in those cases. So, but I don't dismiss what you're saying. I think, and I was just thinking my way around the county when you said that. I was thinking about some of the towns that like to be left alone until they don't want to be left alone, and we've been guilty as charged on some of those other areas like economic development in Georgetown and stuff like that, in other areas. So I think it's legitimate for this area too, that they fall into that same category, that we do need to, respect them, help them find that voice and have a way to take ownership of that voice and then hear that voice.
Yeah. And when you hear comments like you're spending another, is it $50,000 on another study? Couldn't you put that towards a sidewalk? We know we need a sidewalk. And like that's a fair comment. And it's incumbent on us to articulate how expensive and how hard this work is.
Yeah.
Right. Because $50,000 isn't going to get us a square inch. Well, it might get us a square inch.
Right.
You can do the math on that. So And I think the other thing we need to acknowledge is, and it wasn't this board, but there in recent past, project was identified, public engagement was sought. The voice from the public was very clearly, we don't want this. It was to create an ATV recreation park.
Mm-hmm.
And the county applied for grants to get it done anyway.
I wouldn't have, yeah, I wouldn't have blamed it for burning something down
Yeah.
at that point.
When
Somehow.
I discovered that, I was pretty upset. I kind of campaigned on it, saying we need to treat our people better. And if you're living in Dumont and you're only seeing these touch points, you haven't seen yet evidence that this organization, that's a different organization than the one that did that, is taking a different approach. And I think it's just on us to articulate what we've learned and how that's been incorporated into this process. Like, what have we learned from all of this and how is this different? Like if this time is different, we need to be able to explain how.
That's exactly what I was going to, we've talked about this too, is that the outcomes of this plan, we need to be purposeful about demonstrating how what we heard turned into what the recommendations are.
Yeah.
To your point about, and it may be, right, you can't please everyone, but the idea with this is gathering all this information first, and then tonight, we're gonna focus on those 4 areas we just talked about, because that's the focus that we've heard so far, and that will help us guide these, it's not another wide open, we will listen to what they have to say, but in focusing on the transportation and water, housing, and aesthetics, I think it's going to
Main
be
voice.
very helpful.
Yeah.
At the risk of opening a Pandora's box of criticism and counterpoint recrimination, I'm just gonna go ahead and state an observation about what we're doing right here and what I really believe we should be doing versus what happened when George is talking about what happened in basically 2018-19, which was 2016-17 was that in this case, we're going and asking people what they want so we can think about it. And we're going to process other information besides just what we hear from them about our knowledge of planning and trying to do community planning and stuff. There's no doubt about that. But that they are the most important component of that coming in here. It's their welfare that we're actually seeking in doing this. And that this is a place where we're going out to really make, most importantly, their demographics, their needs, and the things they want, as opposed to what we did then, which I can tell you from experience and seeing it happen and seeing it from the outside, before you went to the meeting that time, which was recognizing that we were, that our staff at the direction of the county commission was going down there to find out what they wanted and hold a public meeting about whether or not they should do something, and showed up with a sales pitch and a push poll, and then orchestrated an external out of county group of people to enter an online polling and emailing campaign to skew the results in order to find out what they wanted to hear, in order to do what they wanted to do, without any regard at all for the overwhelming local resident input against that thing. And it was shocking to me that we were doing that at that time. And I think we have a whole different way of doing business now. I like to think we do. But it was pretty heinous the way that thing was handled. And from the people that I talked to afterwards, we couldn't go to it because we had to avoid, we couldn't go to it because it was actually a public hearing preceding a quasi judicial decision. And so we couldn't have been there. But the things that I heard that came out of that meeting led me to understand that we were, as an organization, acting with a product that we were trying to market and get sold, and even skewed the results of intentionally skewed, in my opinion, the results of the outreach input that we got back.
I have one observation. Evergreen's a very different place, but it's not different in that it's also unincorporated. And Evergreen does have rich institutions of leadership. It has a program called Leadership Evergreen, which is a 2-year program to kind of raise up leaders. It has leaders that come through Parks and Rec, Chamber of Commerce, And they created an organization called Evergreen Legacy Foundation, which essentially raises money to provide grant matches, and they've done tons of infrastructure project improvements in incorporated Evergreen, Jefferson County and Evergreen. And I guess what I'm wondering is there an opportunity for us to encourage that type of self-organization? Because it seems like part of the problem is the community is disorganized and no one is like stepping forward.
Mhm. I think those are great ideas. I was watching Mark write them down so that we can make some recommendations like that. I mean, you have to find a person who will champion
need
it, who will
champions.
take
Yeah.
it over, but maybe we can find them tonight
Yeah.
and we'll try. I'm surprised, some of this history I didn't know. I'm surprised we've had as much open input
Yeah, yeah.
as you know, we have. So it's encouraging that I don't think they're holding it against at least this board as much as you may be concerned that they are, because they've been freely participating.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. I mean, something to know about me, my personality is to seek out the dissent and really emphasize it. I don't think I'm describing everyone in Empire. I'm describing what
Yeah.
this wheel has to say.
I think we do want to talk a little bit about our next steps and I think we can if we can get that back up there, yeah. Because that's
Yeah.
pretty, we want to be able to share that too about where we're going from here.
Yep, so tonight is the big meeting. We're at the Dumont School. We're hoping that's gonna be an adequate meeting space, but we're gonna make do. And then we still have 3 more steering committee meetings, that after that, and the dates are on there, and I can't read them from here.
Oh, yeah,
But,
meeting number 3, April 11th.
I didn't put them up on that one, did I? So April 11th will be our next steering committee meeting. So once we've gathered the public input, we will use those steering committee meetings to dive deep on the topics that rise up. So we'll have one on water, looking at the water, looking at development areas, safety and transportation, of course, is going to be a big one. And then say maybe this community voice will get a meeting and independent discussion. At those meetings, the steering committee will have some drafts to review from us, because April's our big month to get this report sort of in draft format. And if you look at the next.
Can I just mention one thing? That first bullet, the infrastructure capacity analysis, that we're doing that right now for various utilities and infrastructure. And the point is with that is to understand upfront what the capacity truly is before we just open it up to the entire realm of possibilities, right? So that's where some of the, our engineering experts play a role in our team and give some grounded truth and some reality to some of the things that we're looking at. What's the water capacity? What are we looking at for, utilities?
A rough, what would it cost to build a new water system?
Right.
For the area, and is that a reality? Probably not, but we want to investigate it. And then if you're left with wells, what does that limit? What types of development does that limit you to? And then we have a little outline there. I know it's detailed in a lot, but those were sort of the questions that we were hoping to get from you here. Number 1, sort of prioritize participation with the public. So when you're out there talking to the dissidents, tell them to participate. We will have some new online opportunities, hopefully very, very soon for them to participate in. We'd like to hear if you've had a chance to look at our outline, if there's anything missing from there. And also from you, as the board, did we miss anything? Is there any big issues that we need to dive into a little bit deeper?
I'm surprised that childcare didn't come up. Because there's been, I have heard.
It has not come up.
Which is interesting because it basically comes up wherever we go.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is interesting.
Is there any childcare in there?
No, there's basically no childcare in Clear Creek County.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
it might be worth asking. I mean, I don't want you guys, might be worth asking if they think that's a problem.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it is.
Mhm.
Because we had to push them a little on housing and affordable housing.
Yeah, and I mean, there, definitely it's related to the observation that people are making about just having to drive everywhere to access anything, like, which is a problem.
I want to talk about, sort of broadly speaking, the goal for the report, sort of two things. One is these land use guidance documents have a tendency to not resolve conflict and just be very general. My ask is that this has, to the extent you can, pretty decisive guidance that you resolve some of these things. Because that's what we need. I think even the 2016 master plan, which is a document I really appreciate, sort of has conflicting recommendations. And when I look at it's like, what are the problems? What are the things you like? I would be shocked if everybody in the neighborhood was on the same page. And so we need to figure out how to tease that out and have a constructive conversation.
Yeah.
Is there a specific issue you're thinking of?
Yeah, I think there's tension between people saying that they want their housing issues confronted and people saying that they're here because they want to escape city life, right? Like that's some tension that we need to get some kind of clear guidance on.
Yeah. I mean, I think people would say they want pedestrian safety, but they don't want a sidewalk in front of their house.
Precisely. I mean, those like, we really need to tease out some of these trade-offs. So that's just an ask. You guys know, you do this all the time and you know how hard that is. Related to that is I think we really need to articulate what steps will occur after this plan is complete. Like some of the feedback I got was, is this going to do anything? Like, what is this going to do? Yep. And so in my imagination, what this is going to do is give us the information we need to restart the decision-making processes that have the community frustrated. Right.
And 7 and 8 will definitely address that. So implementation strategies, that's what are the, short and medium term initiatives, projects, recommendations, and who's responsible for that? We all, we want people to be accountable. What are the priorities for that? High and medium priority. And then we're hoping that action plan is to take some of those implementation recommendations and actually look for specific growth opportunities. Like what land is an opportunity for potential housing growth or redevelopment, or, to sort of ground truth and test the vision and the strategies that are set.
And that's one example. And I think that's really important. And others are the transportation issue and then the infrastructure utility issue. Those are really important to be informed by this. And my mind's already spinning, and I'm not going to go into detail about it because we've got a whole process laid out in the calendar I've been looking at that I see on page 44 and also down on page 80-ish or something like that. But again, that's scheduled. But the input from this is already causing me to reevaluate and rethink the order in which certain things are done, which, like we don't necessarily need to take all those things on at one time. I'm a strong greenway proponent. That said, I think that's going to take a long time to flush out. It's going to be a long time till all the money's there to build a full greenway. That doesn't mean you can't work on pedestrian access as a critical safety issue first before you ever even get to there. They may be two completely separate things at the end of the day.
You think about a planning.
So why wait until you can put $10 million into a greenway to build people safe pedestrian access is a perfect example. And I guess I did get in the weeds here. I'm not presupposing what those are right now at the end, or whether they even happen one of them, pedestrian access, I believe has to happen based on both the input we got and our own observations of what's there. But I'm saying all this, I'm looking forward to the balance of this year, this next several months to ferret that out and be able to, to the extent that I have left here, to be able to see these folks start to get
part of what they need, you know, start a process to do that.
Yeah.
When you think about in planning terms, something like the Greenway and getting funding, you know, a medium-term horizon is 5 to 7, 8 years. I mean, it seems time for some folks and especially for all you, right? You probably wouldn't be sitting here at, you know, at that time. You know, that's definitely, if that's what we hear and that's important, that has a place in the plan and implementation. And then what are those steps to get there? Like you talked about, where can you find the funding? What are those opportunities?
Yeah, and let's not forget that for the first time in my life, Congress decided to invest in this country's infrastructure. There's real opportunities out there. The Reconnecting Communities grant was written for Dumont, right? It's like, if you look at the description of that grant, it's for communities that had highways go through and split them in half. And you've got historic buildings kind of scattered around. And, you know, that was 50 years ago, 60 years ago.
There's a conversation I want to have in the last several months that I have left down at the state and perhaps after that, when we're looking at just transition for carbon-based economies, I can think of all kinds of places that could use just transition. And when I look at something like when we use our infrastructure that destroys communities in order to build and economies in order to build communities and economies on either end of them, the waste of the transportation hourglass, you can argue a just transition that you can take to the Capitol and say, hey, wait a minute, guys, while you're in the process, we've got places here that need to be addressed as well.
Right.
So I think what would be helpful is for us to state, if this is true, that we're doing this to inform not only these two, but there are two things that people want to talk about and want to see resolution on, and that we will restart those processes after this. I think that might help this feel relevant and practical, that like after this sub-area plan, we're going to restart the processes around this pedestrian bicycle infrastructure issue and around the use of the LDS church.
Yeah.
And do you think that's unwise?
No, I
No,
think
not-
that we've already thought that those are probably things that will come out.
I think the pedestrian bicycle one's going to be a big one that might be multifaceted and take a long time, but to resolve that so you can deal with the most pressing portions of it, which are the most pressing public safety issue, I think is.
Yeah, and the plan won't resolve it, but the plan is going to set us up. So like, plan complete. Now we're starting the process to make a decision on this.
Right.
We're
Recommend
gonna have resolution.
Yeah, we've already established that this plan won't do that, but it allows us to address that other issue. And then I actually see three major issues rather than two. And it's the utilities, the transportation, and then, you know, to be able to revisit some of the land development, land use issues so I think those are, I mean, they're interrelated, obviously.
Yeah.
But there are three distinct things that drove a lot of controversy there.
And then I mean, I hesitate, but another step that could come out of this is what if some of this information informed our codes? What if we decided we were going to adapt our codes in response to this information? That'd be.
I think absolutely.
Aren't our codes kind of more informed by best practices? Other people have learned the hard way.
I think our codes are informed by a lot of things. So I'm just going through a list here. I think one thing that would be helpful would be for this board to take pressure off the Greenway conversation. And I think the way for this board to take the pressure off the Greenway conversation, I'm just going to say my opinion right now. I think trying to fit 10 feet of concrete through DLD doesn't make a lot of sense. And I think if this board is willing to say that's our position, that what we want to do is figure out how to have infrastructure that solves pedestrian and bicycle conflict and creates safety. I think that would take a lot of pressure off the community. That's what I think is the right thing to do there.
I think
Isn't there other precedents for non-10-foot wide concrete? There is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There is. And a long time ago, we decided we wanted 10 feet of concrete from Golden to Vale. And I think in Clear Creek County, in DLD, I think I've learned that there's not a way to fit it through there. Especially there's not a way to fit it through there that the community wants.
You know, I think you've learned some of that. And I think that it's informed by a number of things. When I was talking a little bit ago, I was thinking with a really open mind
that said that we have a whole process to go through, like the completion of this process, and then a completion of the revisiting later on, where we look at it from both an informed engineering and knowledgeable use standpoint, as well as by what the community wants, again, at that time revisited with all the newfound knowledge that everyone has, including ourselves and them and the people that are working on this. As an example, I wouldn't prepare at this point to take a position that said, we'll never put 10 feet through there. And the reason is because there are pretty well-established safety standards for paths that do accommodate, greenway paths that do accommodate bicycles. And they've kind of landed on about that 10-foot model. The problem with that 10-foot model is to build it to those standards and build it to safety standards and a configuration that accommodates a smooth flow of bicycles that's off the road is so expensive that turns into a $10 million project, which is way out there. The second one, though, is that greenways that coexist right on the road and cross driveways almost never get used by bicycles because they're tremendously unsafe. And so where I come to is that I think that what may happen is that the community, the DLD community over time may evolve to a point, may change to a point where they decide they would like to see something like a full-blown greenway through there because it actually can make their quality of life, their ability to bicycle.
I'm sorry.
Can I just finish this, please? And I will.
You're going into a conversation that we're going to have after this study's done.
I know that, but George just offered an idea about a specific thing that a position he'd like us to take, which I think is the exact same thing. So all I'm trying to say is, so what I would envision out of this is rather than that is to say, that's why I said I think we need to address the pedestrian problem first. And I think the pedestrian problem to go where it needs to go is probably different than a responsible and realistic greenway that would work. And we may never build a greenway for that reason, because if they're going to ride on the road anyway on that spot, then they're on the road until we did build that 10-foot path. And so that 10-foot path would happen when it is acceptable to the community and everybody here, and that would be down the road sometime. So to say we disagree that a 10-foot greenway works in Clear Creek County wouldn't be a position that I'd be willing to stake and create a new policy on right now until we have more information. It's just based on my use of those greenways and knowing what they're like. So
What I think I heard you say was that, or at least one way I could interpret what I heard you say, is that it might make sense to start with providing pedestrian safety and get that accomplished, and then figure out how those facilities then would allow the accommodation of greenway. But trying to do both at the same time might make it impossible.
I agree.
I think we've all said enough for now.
Okay.
I mean, we could talk about this for 2 more hours. And I have one very brief comment, which is I think we have to be cautious about anything we say related to improving infrastructure like water. Because there's no obvious business model that makes sense that I can think of. There's no funding source that makes sense that I can think of. The likely source is a lot of someone else's money, and maybe that's out there, and maybe we can kind of come up with grant matches. So I would just be very careful in terms of how we get people's hopes up or communicate something, because they may be like, oh, look at these yahoos living in their ivory tower. They're like, yeah, no shit, we need this stuff. If it was easy, we'd have it.
Yeah.
I think I'm actually very close to what both of you guys said, actually, because what I'm seeing right now is what you said is you'd be willing to create a policy that said we establish and we agree that a 10-way greenway through there doesn't make sense. I would say exactly the same thing and say at this time, but we should address pedestrian access sooner than later.
Yeah, so, and I think that we might just need a work session on this, but.
In the future, after it's done.
Well, no, I mean, like in our next meeting. This is what I'm trying to accomplish. Right now, the standing policy goal of the Board of County Commissioners with respect to DLD is to get a 10-foot strip of concrete for the cyclists. I want to suggest that we could articulate a policy goal that our top priority is pedestrian safety and access.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
And that I do think, though, to avoid, when I hear you saying, like, if I'm putting a cynical lens on this conversation, I'm saying what I'm hearing is, okay, we're gonna get pedestrian done now. You'll be happy and satisfied. We'll figure out how to force the trail that you don't want later.
No, what I said, if you listen to my words, was I don't know if we'll ever build it. We may never get there because it may not make sense and be useful to that area, but that in the future, things may change and that may become a palatable thing that people do want. And until that time, we shouldn't do it. That's what I was actually saying. So I'm into a pedestrian bikeway for now, or a pedestrian walkway for now that bikes won't use if they're thinking their way through it. And in the meantime, we continue with the status quo that's gone all this time. And as I think about it, we haven't had a single fatality there on a bicycle. Is it good? No, but we've gotten through it. And then at some future time, it may happen. It's certainly not going to happen on this watch while I'm a county commissioner. So I'm not pressing for that. And I also think that it may never happen because of the very reasons that you say. So I'm open-minded to what you're saying. And I'm also open-minded to a future where people may change their mind and want to finally have that amenity.
And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to think how someone who doesn't trust us and is worried about what we might be planning to do to them would hear this conversation.
Hold on, let's please
I
take up
pointed
this
out to my actual
conversation later.
words.
I'm getting frustrated that we're getting way off base
I
and
agree.
wasting time right now.
I
So
agree.
let's just stop this. And is there anything final that you want us to know about before we move on to our last topic of the day?
I have additional comments.
Okay.
I think that some guidance on community engagement in this document would be really nice. The question of how do you prefer we engage with you? You feel neglected. What are the ways that we should be reaching out to you?
Okay.
That's my last thing.
Anything last from you, Randy?
No, I said more than enough. So.
Any final words from our esteemed consultants?
Well, see you again, and we'll be speaking with the public tonight. So.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Last topic. Feels like we were just talking about this.
And
we also have-
before we move on, I just want to just make sure, I'm sorry, I just want to confirm that the outline that we presented is adequate with the comments that you offered on adding community guidelines and just making sure we're providing, that this document provides relevant data.
If you need a little more time, you know.
Yeah, it's not etched in stone. That's
Okay.
certainly.
Okay, great, thank you.
Since we have Aaron here, let's do the fire authority one now, and then we can end with the lesser dependency.
Sorry, I completely missed what you said.
Since we have Aaron here, can we finish the fire authority?
Oh, no, absolutely. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know we had an executive, one more at any point.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well.
And that will, just so you know, that'll be maybe 5 minutes.
Okay, perfect. So, last regular session of the day, work session to discuss Clear Creek Fire Authority organization review, next steps. Right, has your name on it.
I need to change that to your guys' name. I thought we had a good meeting last night. Two things I did not get to share with, well, at least one thing I did not get to share with everyone in the room. Megan and I did meet with another survey polling company. It was actually Bill, is it Ray?
I don't know his last name.
Bill Ray, he's with WR Communications. That's who we used leading up to the road and bridge vote. So if you remember, they put together a very nice newsletter that highlighted what we wanted to do with that road and bridge text, why we needed it, not why we needed it, the facts, and sent that out, then sent people to a survey. So he's going to be sending us a proposal for what that might look like with respect to the fire authority. He actually has just done a very similar survey in Loveland around similar issues that they were grappling with. So he's probably got half a survey already written that might be useful for it, might be able to be used by us. Now, we were talking about this potentially could lead to a vote in November of something. Although there may be some value in still doing some kind of polling, irrespective of what voters or not, I don't know, with maybe around the decisions we're trying to make with this respect to the fire authority. Another thing I'll add is we had the facilitator there last night. I did have some conversations with him. I did choose to waive the purchasing policy to get him on board solely because the entire room knows him already.
Yeah.
And they're comfortable with him. And I did not want to pick someone that nobody knew, have them come in and then wonder how the county's, in that individual's ear, right? So it's somebody they're already comfortable with, which is why I chose to do that, so.
Okay, Aaron, do you want to join us since we're talking about EMS and fire here for a second? I thought it was a good meeting too. One of the things I was reflecting on when I was driving up this morning is how we started to talk about integration and I think we have focused on a little too much on kind of the limitations of our current systems and personalities. And I think one powerful approach could be to start focusing on what this could look like, what an integrated department could look like. And it seemed like last night there was expressed in the room a desire to stay away from dual role, which is essentially having someone be both a medic and a firefighter at the same time. I'm wondering, and I don't think this is going to organically solve itself. I think someone's going to have to basically take a little bit of initiative and start looking around the state to say, here are 3 or 4 different models that allow for efficiencies between fire and EMS. Evergreen has a model that's essentially single role EMS along with mostly volunteer firefighting. There's probably 4 or 5 different models around the state. And I'm wondering what's the best way to make progress and kind of framing that conversation. And in my mind, it might involve hiring Mission CIT for a little bit of extra work. But I don't necessarily, I'm not married to that idea, but I kind of feel like we need to perhaps start casting what a future state looks like that will draw people toward it. Rather than continuing to only focus on the minutia that's located in the report about specific issues related to who works an 8-hour shift and who has to work a 24-hour shift or 48, et cetera.
I'm thinking.
I agree with you. I think, I mean, we just need to sort of understand what the options are for sort of an integrated operation beyond the operation of, beyond like, we want to have 2 Cadillacs or we have, like, everybody's trying to do everything at the same time and we're sacrificing medical outcomes, right? Like there's in between that, there are options and we need to know what they are. I think, I mean,
I think we need to know, but I think, it was very informative for me to hear what Aaron had to say last night and to think about it. So I think part of that conversation is going to be what is the value of remaining separate? What is the value of combining and how do we combine in a way that causes us not to? So I think we should be looking at that stuff. And while we look at it, I was informed by that and I think it'll help inform I haven't decided what I think about it. I don't have enough information on any of that yet, you know? Kind of like the Greenway conversation earlier, that's what I was trying to get to was I don't know enough to know what the future is going to bring there, but I know what we need now kind of a thing. And I think that I want to see really robust fire protection and I would love to see this really robust and continued tremendous performance by our EMS because it made me pretty proud to see that.
mm-hmm. Is it within the capacity of our staff to do that investigation?
Are you aware of other models out there right now?
Yeah, I'm aware of a couple. I think fairly high performing models that are kind of a happy medium between what we have now and dual role. Evergreen's one, Platteville Gilchrist is one on the Front Range. I'm sure there are a few more that I just don't know about.
And we can have that conversation. There's still the issue though of whatever combined model we have, what's it inside of?
Exactly, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's a different.
Define what it is you're putting in. It's kind of hard. You're kind of having this kind of academic conversation that's hard to get formed feelings about, I think.
192 Virginia Canyon Road.
I mean, what we accomplished last night that was most significant in my mind is the conversation started to go towards just what does a good system look like? And that's what we need to be talking about. And this is one of the most important questions in that
So
conversation.
I have a little bit of a technical question regarding this conversation, how we would resolve it, which is, isn't it true that either a combined or a separate model could exist within any one of the models that we're looking at for overall governance? Then then two conversations almost can happen independent of each other because neither one creates an outcome for the other that's significantly different.
There's strong dependencies, though. Like, I don't know that I mean, it'll be interesting to see the fire authority model, whether there is an integrated example of that in the state. And
Well, that's
I don't
good.
know of one.
That was my question really, was,
Yeah.
are there any of these models that change the viability of of combined versus separate? And I hear you saying that the fire authority model does make it a little more difficult, you think?
I just don't know I don't know hardly any examples of that model, period. Title 29. I mean, do you know, Peter, having in your travels looking around?
Other examples of IGA fire
Yeah.
departments, Fort Collins and I had to rally them so that we could get backfill money, and now I can't remember who they were. Well, there are a handful.
I have a question just sort of about the state of cooperation between the fire authority and EMS. I know it's a lot better than it had been maybe 6 or 7 years ago, but like, how often does a fire authority firefighter do like hands-on patient care?
Pretty often. I mean, they respond to the vast majority of our calls. There are some areas they don't respond to. They basically don't respond anywhere where there's already a medical attendant. So like Henderson Mine, Echo Ski area, Levelland Ski area, the clinic. We won't get a fire response there. We will if we request one.
Yeah.
But otherwise, they're on scene with us on almost all of our calls.
Okay.
And doing something at the direction of the lead paramedic. Whether that's patient care or something logistical, it just depends on.
Yeah, dealing with the family or, yeah. How often did they get there first?
I don't know that answer off the top of my head. I have to look. Be pretty easy to find though.
This would be a good time to mention that on Sunday, I had to call 911 to help someone who had fallen. And fire authority showed up first by about 45 seconds. The teams interacted really well. They knew what they were doing. It was just really good to sit and watch a EMS scene. Y'all did great.
Y'all know this, but historically, up until, they've increased their staffing. So very recently, they were based out of Dumont and we were out of Georgetown and Idaho Springs. And so you can imagine that we would probably, if I pulled the data, I would imagine that we were on scene the vast majority of the time because of that. Now that they're splitting their crews, at least during the daytime, to Idaho Springs and Georgetown, that would change a little bit, but that's really recent.
Do we need to take any action to execute, direct any of these, like the facilitator, the polling? You have what you need, right?
I have what I need. I think the entire body needs to have the polling discussion again about whether or not do we want to do that? What are we polling for?
Yeah.
Right? I don't think we really know what the questions are right now.
I think
I think what we started was like, what do you guys expect?
Right. The
What do you need?
initial question is what's your expectation of service? But I think it's gonna be broader than that, right? I mean, it's especially if we're heading towards a ballot question.
It's gonna take a lot of thought to come up with questions that, to Mike Anderson's point last night, if you just ask people, what kind of fire protection do you want? My answer is the best, the very best. I want a firefighter in my bedroom, my spare bedroom.
Oh, man, that brought up all kinds of stuff.
Back to STRs.
What other things should we talk about?
Well, once a firefighter.
Other question for you, Aaron, how often do the fire authorities folks get to go like down the hill and go in, or in the back of the ambulance or anything like that? Is that a pretty rare thing based on something really screwy happening?
It's actually probably more common here than it is at most other split agencies. If we have a critical patient and we need extra hands, we'll use staffing dependent, we'll use a fire driver. And we've also committed to them because they've had a little bit of a push, especially for their paid people, to put them through EMT school. So if care allows, we'll try and put that firefighter EMT to be, or EMT in the back of the ambulance to get that experience. If it's really critical and we need 2 paramedics, for example, then we'll have them drive. I could pull that as well and see how often that happens, but it's not infrequent. Our acuity is really high. We had a fire rider in the back of the ambulance yesterday.
It's part of what I'm wondering is back to, I mean, Mike Anderson talked about standards and essentially how the fire authority used to be very informal. And I mean, when I joined Evergreen, people would go from bars to calls. And that was in the 90s. That wasn't that long ago. The standards have changed drastically, I think, statewide. But I don't think, and Mike's point was, not to paraphrase him, but essentially the standards are so much higher now that no one wants to do it. I don't know that I completely agree with that. I think in some ways, and you kind of made me think of it, Aaron, yesterday, the standards to ground ambulance paramedics having the same qualifications as flight medics, which is kind of the gold standard for pre-hospital care. And I think that same dynamic exists, that sometimes when you have higher standards, it attracts different people. And one of the challenges, I think, with organizations that have a lot of training and less interesting calls is you don't fall in love with it. And I mean, if I think about my own journey, when I joined the fire department, I set fire to things when I was a kid. I was a pyro like most firefighters. I did not have any idea about EMS or pre-hospital care. And before the end of my probationary year, I realized this is like 95% of what you'll be doing. And I mean, Jeremy said 97% was non-fire calls. And I guess where I'm going with this is, I think one of the reasons why places like Evergreen might have a more interesting offering for volunteers is you get to go down the hill all the time. I mean, basically, if you want to do it and you earn the trust of the paid crews, they'll use you all the time. And, one of the paramedics would rather go back to the station and finish working on whatever they were working on than have to be stuck out of district. And I think kind of those are sort of the things that I think about when I think about how do you actually restructure your organization to make it a place that's really interesting to be an engaged volunteer that has a lot of satisfaction and the ability to have impact. And it's kind of harder and it was harder for me because I live near Station 5. I live a little bit away from the busy area. So I had to basically work at the stations and do things to kind of put myself in a situation where I could go to calls. But anyway, I keep thinking back to what I talked about yesterday, the low frequency, high risk type of calls where you need 10 or 20 people. And we don't have an answer for that. And I can't think of an answer that doesn't involve trying to resuscitate the volunteer corps.
Yeah.
And I mean the in-community volunteer corps, because when you have people coming up doing shift work, that's fantastic. And you solve 97% or 98% or whatever the number is of calls that can be handled with 5 people or less. But large wildfires, structure fires in the commercial district, I'm not going to stop asking those questions until we come up with a model that at least has the potential to solve those problems.
Yeah, I think it's good to look at them. I think that you bring up a really important point. It's kind of like snowplows in Atlanta. I mean, how many snowplows can you buy in Atlanta? And we have a situation that if we're solving 97 or 8% of it, and half of that other 2% there's no amount of people that you could put in front of it that could solve the problem without having Lakewood's fire department up there or something, you know, it's just, it's so, you know, a wildfire or a really large, dense downtown, let's say in Idaho Springs or Georgetown, in these old buildings fire that takes off, which, you know, fortunately, the type of construction that's there helps insure us against that a little bit in some of the spots. But can you really afford to have those people there? And I kind of tend to agree that if you've got an all paid force or an almost all paid force, it would be really hard to afford to have enough people on call ready to handle something like that, because a huge wildfire, I mean, there's none of these local agencies in the mountains and the foothills that can really be able to make a dent in something that really gets rolling. That's where the federal and all kinds of people have to start coming in from all over to really make a dent in it. And I don't really know, not being a firefighter, but I'm trying to imagine a large commercial fire in a downtown district is kind of a similar kind of animal, it feels like, that really gets away. When you said it took how many people in Evergreen to?
I think it was over 70 people responded, including mutual aid, to that call in 96. But there was probably 40 people there within 20 minutes.
Yeah. That seems like it's got to be a volunteer model of some kind to get there, but I don't know. I'm just hearing you
Yeah, I
talking,
mean,
it's resonating.
Yeah, other scenarios are rollover on the highway and then a commercial fire or a structure fire in the woods. That's probably gonna happen. I mean, that probably does happen now.
Yeah. I mean, I think like,
Yeah, the last structure fire that I was on, the one at Empire. I think we had 3 EMS calls during that fire, unrelated,
Unrelated to that.
unrelated to that, yeah.
so what I thought I understood from the report was the 2 in, 2 out. You need like, there's a minimum number of firefighters to even be able to really approach a house fire.
And what
that
is it? What is that number?
What was in my head was 4, but I heard 7 last night. And
Yeah, that's what.
Whatever that number is, I feel like that's the number we're trying to design to, right? Like you design to what's your biggest need, right? Obviously we're not gonna have 75 people, but if we can have a team that's trained that knows how to make an attempt to save a house and keep themselves alive at the same time, that feels like success.
Yeah, and to plan for that ultimate catastrophe is not realistic.
I mean, it's a reason to want a robust volunteer system, et cetera, right?
I mean, a minimum, I would say 5 people, right? You need to have two host crews and the engineer. But if I think back to the many structure fires I went on, I can't think of one of them that only had 1 truck there.
Yeah.
And there's
a lot of them had 6 or 7 trucks there. And that actually is another whole, yeah, I won't even bring that up now. So I was looking at the Clear Creek fleet, and Clear Creek only has 2 water tenders. So I wonder what a water shuttle looks like that doesn't involve other agencies.
It always involves a real working structure fire, is automatic mutual aid from Central City and from Foothills.
And we're always gonna live in a system that has to take approaches like that. Anyway.
Okay, what else do we?
What's the progress with the agenda construction and what's that gonna look like? Because our next meeting is not that far away.
I'm gonna email Jonathan contact for all the municipalities and for the 3 of you, and he's gonna be reaching out to everyone to build the next agenda. And I think we've got another. Yes, we meet on the 16th. So Aaron and I can chat and maybe be prepared to share some models with you at during this agenda item next time.
I did reach out to Dave Montesi at Evergreen. He sent me their org chart just to kind of look at see what that looks like. I can also reach out to Platteville, Gilchrist, see what theirs looks like as well. I'll do a little research and see who else out there is like that.
I think one other resource that if you have enough time to look at, you might appreciate is the very recent master plan that Evergreen did, because it contemplates a mixture of single role EMS and paid fire. And I think one of the primary goals that they've identified is getting driver engineers living in the stations or being in the stations to basically reduce the engine on scene time and water on fire time. And it's something I've never heard discussed around here. And there's just a lot. I think they have 3 risks and 11 recommendations, but their environment's not that different than ours.
Some feedback that you guys could offer. I have started to draft the letter that I committed to. I want to read my draft to the Fire Authority Board of Directors. That's my draft. What should be in there? Obviously, the intent of the letter is to respond to their letter expressing concern about their staff's job security. And so it's going to be some sort of, this is our shared commitment to your job security. Anything in particular that you think I should have in there?
Why not write it directly to the staff?
What's that?
The board, write it to the staff instead of the board.
That's what I thought it was going to.
It should be signed by all the municipalities, but I agree with you. Kind of that once we have all the municipalities signing, it's almost like, what's the point of sending it to the board? Because the board has put all those people, the municipalities have put all those people on them.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting dynamic because we're writing a letter to ourselves.
Right, if you send it to the board.
And if somebody if the city of Idaho Springs wrote a letter to Clear Creek County staff, I might feel skipped.
They're signing it.
Yeah, we're all ready.
Only people
Not just
the
person who's.
And that's scenario, the people who feel skipped is Kelly.
No, he's an employee of the Fire Authority too. He's
Yeah.
not on the board.
Yeah, he gets it too.
Because the appointees of the board are signing the letter.
Okay, well, we don't have to resolve that, but other thoughts on the letter? What it should say, what it shouldn't say, any guidance?
Actually, going back to it, I think sending it to staff and copying it to the board, so officially we've copied ourselves on it is a good way to go. But beyond that, I've got really a lot of, there are probably a lot of ways to write that letter, and I have a lot of trust in your wordsmithing to take off with it. So I can't think of, I could state some of the obvious, but I don't know that I need to.
I think about a slightly parallel situation when Wellstrom Quarry sold to Martin Marietta. One of the conditions was, I think, a 1-year guarantee of employment with the new owner. So I don't think we can sit here with a straight face and say you can keep your jobs forever. But making something that's a little more tangible than just don't worry. We need firefighters, so don't worry.
Understanding, of course, that we do not want to suggest that we're entering into any form of employment agreement or guarantee of their employment.
Yeah.
Employment with the county is at will.
The writing of this letter might identify some things for that group to talk about like that.
And you can say it is the intent, I guess, or something like that,
or that we do not plan on terminating anybody's employment and would value them and their services.
So maybe whatever you wordsmith, run it by Peter for
his
legal views.
Thank you for the feedback. Otherwise, it's nice to see the group kind of break out of their us to sort of be less focused on positions and just the elements of this system. I just thought the conversation went really well.
Yeah. I thought it did. I think there were probably different perceptions of how well it went from a couple of people, but and if they're justifiable and understandable, because I can see them trying to, we're trying to get everybody to break out of that mold of distrust and move into a dynamic of trust and understanding that we are all here for the same purpose. And it's taking all of us a little time based on for certain elements of that, a little bit of time to let go of that and embrace, trust. But we made a lot of progress in that area, I thought, last night, a ton.
I think so too. I just keep trying to remind myself that, this is a complicated system. It's a frustrating system to work with. And so it's okay. Like I'm frustrated, other people are frustrated. That's okay. Doesn't mean they're bad people. It doesn't mean I'm a bad person.
Right.
I don't have anything else. I think we should
This
go.
means the conversation's over.
Yeah.
Anything to add?
I don't think so.
All right, I guess I move the board goes into executive session to discuss the following matters.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224B for the county attorney to meet with Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to zoning violations at 899 Chinook Road in Idaho Springs and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned zoning matters.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. The board will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept, no decisions will be made. We will be back to close out this meeting, but there's going to be no further agenda items. All right, we've returned from our executive session. No written minutes were kept. No decisions were made. That was our final item for the day. We are in recess. Or we're adjourned.